All right, guys, just give me just 1 second to let the, is that distorting? Or is it just my headphones? To let the other stream catch up. They're not exactly perfectly synced. So, there we go. All right, we're live in both windows. Awesome. So in this stream, I'm going to talk a little bit about the fact that science and spirituality should not be mutually exclusive, and then we're actually going to do a reaction to one of Eternalized videos. It's one of the best videos on the subject that I have ever seen in my life. Not just one of the best videos, but one of the best resources, period. All of the books that I've read, and it's really eerie to me how similar, I don't know who's behind that channel, but how similar his conclusions are to my own regarding so much of the ideas that are related to all of these subjects. And so, we live in a world where there's a pendulum that swings. And unfortunately, because of the destruction and ruin and narrow-mindedness and wars and bigotry and prejudice and the exclusivity clause of a lot of the religions that lead to all sorts of conflict. Let me know, you guys, if you're having some distortion. I'll try to clean it up. I'm hearing it in my headphones from the table, but I don't see it on the screen. So the pendulum swang in the direction of materialism and atheism, and people sort of developed this attitude that if you have any sense of spirituality, you're either insane or stupid. And that is clearly not true. On the other hand, pop culture definitely fosters intellectual laziness. We have TikTok and the Shorts feed that I'm in right now that are very much contributing to a short attention span that's already extremely problematic for people. Critical thinking is something that's not typically taught in public school systems. Reason is a subject that I've noticed is extremely difficult for people, and logic. And so the reality is that before the dogmatic, scripture-based religions, the fable-based, myth-based religions were sort of inculcated into all of these populations by force, for the most part, by threat and intimidation and violence and torture. It was standard protocol from Syria, Babylonia, ancient Greece, ancient Egypt, all of the indigenous cultures all over the planet. All of them observed nature in order to spin allegories from their observations. And that is how we understood spirituality. It was known to the ancients that it was through observation of the material world that we could come to know the spiritual or energetic world that lies behind it. And there was even groups that formed in secret, especially once the persecution from Christianity and all of these other, Islam and stuff, sort of drove it underground. But there has always been a group, mystery school adepts, that have refined techniques for actually navigating the murky waters of mysticism and spirituality in such a way that you don't have to abandon reason. You don't have to accept anything on faith. You can only know through experience, right? There's no other knowledge that is possible. If you don't know it from direct experience, then you don't know it. And so, again, this approach to spirituality requires a person to have the highest possible knowledge of science that is available to them in their time, to have advanced knowledge of mathematics, because these things limit your ability to make abstractions. If you don't have sufficient education, right, then you can't make abstractions that are sophisticated enough to develop a real, full, complex understanding of the universe and all of its insanity, And I'll give you guys an example of this. of this, of this sort of thinking. One of the things that you have to know paradoxically is the limits of human knowledge. One of those things is whether or not there is a God. If there's a God that is hidden from us, then you have no real way of knowing. I think people have a hard time also coming to terms with the fact that subjective experience is not truth. It's not knowledge. It's just experience. And if you look around the world and you see all of these people that have delusions all around you, and you might define those delusions as people not thinking what you think. But, at the end of the day, we all know that some of the people out there have delusions and not truth, right? Sorry, I just got bit by a mosquito. It really sidetracked my thinking. So you can't look around the world and say, those people are capable of believing things that are false, but I'm not, So you have to acknowledge the limits of subjective understanding, that, you can always be wrong. So if you have some internal experience of God, it could just be a voice in your head. If that voice in your head consistently is correct, then you have further investigating to do, but it still doesn't establish that it's God. So there are limits to this knowledge. The afterlife as well. The only people that know whether there is life after death are dead people. Period. End of story. It doesn't matter, reincarnation also. I'll give you an example of how you can never know the truth about this. It's literally not possible, right? Because if you have a memory, as I have, of another life where you actually are able to regurgitate details that are specific and that you're able to confirm, and in my case, there were specific events that were even mirrored exactly like at the same age down to the finest detail. It was really wild, and my whole, ontological outlook and philosophy and everything is almost identical to this person. And even down to my personal habits, like I would smoke the same tobacco, Perique and no other, in the morning, with my coffee made exactly the same way, and eggs, salt, and coffee thick enough to stand a spoon, still do that every morning, and opium, in his case it was heroin, but I mean, smoking jacket, the whole thing, the whole morning ritual was identical, but doesn't mean that I'm the reincarnation of this person, because I have English blood. He was English, and geneticists have proved that there's ancestral memory, right? And so even if you say, okay, well, what about this kid that was able to remember the details of a black woman, and he was a white child living on another continent, but they were able to confirm the existence of this person, all the details of their life, still doesn't prove it. All it proves is that there is some sort of repository of information like the Akashic Record, and that we may have access to it. But it does not prove the fact of reincarnation. So if you really want to get good at metaphysics, if you want to be an adept in the vein of scientific illuminism, you have to accept those limits on knowledge, and you have to have the courage to be realistic, that you're always going to be confronting the unknown bare naked, it's never going to resolve. In fact, there are many traditions, including most of the scientific illuminist crowd, that believe that the universe basically started from a very primitive idea, a spark of light that became aware in a very basic, fundamental way. But it catalyzed this dualistic process that replicated the original blueprint by the method of reflection, and so expanded in complexity, and that causes this intelligence to also have to adapt and expand. And so, like, what you would think of as the actual omnipotent God, the omniscient God, only exists for a tiny little period of time at the end of time, relative to our universe. And then what happens when all of the possibilities and all knowledge have been subsumed into this universal mind, the process reverses, the universe collapses, and the singularity happens again. So my point is that, part of this approach to metaphysics is the acceptance of the fact that you will never really know anything. But at the same time, it doesn't leave you with nothing. And I think a lot of people are afraid to take this sort of reason-based approach to spirituality because they're afraid that it's going to negate everything, that they're going to be left with nothing, One of the most appalling characteristics of the period that we live in is that this anti-science attitude has developed. It's the pendulum swing, right? So the religions made it swing too far to the materialistic side, and then now people are swinging too far to the other side and acting like somehow science is fake and maybe the earth is flat, and and rejecting the idea that you can use critical thinking and reason in the realm of spirit, when in fact it's absolutely essential, because you're actually after truth, right? You're not after some subjective belief that's going to allow you to engage in spiritual bypassing or to make you feel better about existence or whatever. It will kind of do that in the sense that having greater understanding facilitates some degree of peace, But this balance, I think, is something that is tremendously difficult for most people to achieve. And I'm going to tell you one of the most powerful things you will ever hear right now, and this is also something that I've noticed people have a really hard time with, mostly because we have been taught that it's not polite to say this. We're supposed to be tolerant, and of course, I do support tolerance, right? But it is not true that people should just believe whatever they want, and we should all be content with that. Here's the reason. All false beliefs are evil. All of them. All of them. And that is such an important thing that so few people are capable of accepting and wrapping their heads around. All false beliefs are evil. And so that is why it is so important and so powerful to be vigilant in your, when you come to a conclusion about something of a spiritual nature, that you actually look for every single way to negate that idea or any kind of alternate explanation before you settle on anything. That is the basic methodology. And then you'll find that if you strip away your programming, if you're able to shear away the mind-forged manacles of society and culture, if you're able to free yourself from the spell of religion and politics, if you are able to extricate yourself from the mass of herd conformity pressure and rise above it, that you will develop a dialogue with the universe. And it happens, I really like the way Albert Pike put it in his book, Morals and Dogma. The true scripture is written large upon the land for those who have eyes to see it. And what that is speaking about, or, I say all the time, signs, symbols, hints, clues, the writings on the wall, the rest is up to you. Synchronicities that defy statistical probability, right? A really great one comes to us from alchemy, where Mercury, which the planet and the metal were named by different cultures during different time periods, and they both relate to the essence of, here, let me explain. So, alchemy was always based around the idea that you could turn lead into gold, but it's actually not lead into gold. It's mercury that does the transforming, right? And that makes sense if you understand the nature of mercury and the function of it in mythology, and even the way the metal behaves when it's in its liquid state. And there are layers and layers to this, so bear with me. It's pretty wild, and it's. In my mind, this is one of the best proofs that there is some sort of supersymmetry that exists in the universe, that there is some kind of underlying intelligence that can be discerned and decoded and understood and integrated even. And so the planet Mercury is the closest to the sun, which is the symbol for gold. In certain strains of initiated thinking, gold is literally considered crystallized consciousness, this crystallized sunlight. And because our light comes from, same thing, our consciousness comes from light, that's the symbolic essence of this idea, right? So it turns out that, for 100 years or so, at least 100 years, science would laugh, normies, muggles would laugh at you if you said that it was possible to change one element into another. When I was in elementary school, they definitely told us you cannot transmute one element into another. Those silly old ancients sure were stupid, right? And then like 15 years ago, they knocked a proton off of Mercury and got gold. So the fact that the planet Mercury is the closest to the sun, and then we discovered that you actually can knock a proton off of Mercury and it becomes gold with an electrical charge. And by the way, this book right here from 1851 actually describes that. It's not, he doesn't say knock a proton off, but he does describe using Mercury as the element that transforms and hitting it with a very strong electric voltage in order to effect the change. That was the basic process of the alchemists, and that has been achieved in the laboratory. And if you're wondering why people don't have home gold kits now, and they aren't all crashing the price of gold, it's because it's too expensive to do this. But with our technology, I think that there is some evidence that the Templars were successful because, people say, well, they had banks and they, loaned money to the, okay, so from where? Like, where did they get enough money to get the entire crowned heads of Europe? Like, most of the royalty in Europe was indebted to them to the point where they eventually killed them all because they couldn't pay them off. And they happen to be alchemists. I mean, I guess there's definitely no connection at all. I mean, I think it's at least possible that, but it gets weirder. It gets a lot weirder. So, not only that, but Mercury's function, the Greek Mercury, and the Egyptian version as well, is partly as a psychopomp that ferries the dead across to the other world and is also a messenger of the gods, right? Mercury poisoning is very similar to LSD until you get gangrene and your limbs fall off and you go insane and die. But it does have that effect before that all happens. And but really, that's not what I'm getting at here. That's just an interesting little annotation or whatever. The really crazy thing is that in both Egypt and it's not the Mayans, but it's like a subset of the Mayans or the Aztecs. The Aztecs. Yeah, definitely the Aztecs. They made moats of mercury around some of their sarcophaguses or tombs or whatever, the purpose of which was to ferry the souls of the interned royalty across the land of the dead. So how do we have these totally disconnected cultures that associate this metal that we call mercury with the function of the Greek myth, the guy in the Greek myth? These kind of coincidences, I think, are of such an order of magnitude of improbability and general weirdness that it's really difficult to just dismiss them out of hand and say that is sheer coincidence. And so when we talk about using reason and still applying science and not abandoning these things in order to gather knowledge, that's the kind of reasoning, and it's still not certainty, right? It could all be coincidence. One of the arguments for that actually is pretty solid is that because we are in such a tremendous volume of connections and energy that we're processing, the brain is, processing a few billion signals every second or something. Some of those intersections of information are going to apparently have some profound meaning, and it's actually a much greater probability that we're going to have extremely improbable coincidences than not. By the way, you guys, do me a favor. In a minute, we're going to jump into the Eternalized video. I promise you, it's so good. I was really shocked. It's almost never am I really impressed by a piece of content, and this video is pretty much perfect. I don't think I disagreed with a single assertion or found any fault with anything at all. Yeah, it's really, really quite remarkable. Also, these archetypes do seem to be very real, because in the archetypal sense, the way that he describes the magician in my own life has reflected that so completely that it was almost eerie to hear it, from the archetypal point of view. And some of the things that Jung said too that I had never heard before. really hit me on a personal level, and I will interject and make commentary and stuff a little bit. There's not really that much. He doesn't leave you with too much that you need to add, but I think it's really important for my community to see this. But what I was going to say is, do me a favor and hit the like button and share the videos with anyone you think might appreciate them. And also, there are options to support us. We're demonetized. You can join my Patreon and get access to 5 years of secret streams and some patron-only content, or get FaceTime, or whatever. There's all kinds of stuff, perks for my amazing patrons, who I deeply appreciate every single one of. And there's also options for making one-time contribution in the chat on PayPal, Zelle, Cash App, and so let's see. Is there anything else that? Okay. Here's another example of this kind of thinking and how these sort of revelations happen. Like, a lot of it comes from the subconscious. It just sort of bubbles up. That's why meditation and entheogens and all these different ways of accessing trance, even drumming, are so prevalent in these type of practices, is that we are trying to build a bridge between the conscious and the subconscious mind. And when you do that, all kinds of remarkable things happen. But you have to have prepared the conscious mind to navigate the river of insanity that... Nagwal, is that you? Could you not do that, buddy? Please? Sorry. Something's driving me nuts with a rattle out there. Let me just check in with the chat real quick. Evil in the sense that it's unconscious. People can have incorrect beliefs. It doesn't matter if they have malicious intent. The belief will cause... like, for example, if someone has goes off the rails on the woo-choo train and they adopt some moronic belief about a cure, and then they die, they're going to waste their energy at the very least if they have false ideas. If you believe that you can put your problems on Jesus and you don't have to change yourself, and that's going to redeem you, that hurts all of society. So I don't think you're going to be capable of finding a false belief that is not evil to some extent. It's always going to be at least a little bit evil. The truth is self-substantiating and always constructive. That's the reality of it. Yeah, Bert says people with shamanic knowledge all over the world, or shamanic practices, have similar knowledge. That's definitely true. Some of the most prevalent ones are the circle, which is where I was headed with this. The circle is always cast as a protective barrier. The energies that are allowed in are managed by the shaman or the magician, and those that are held without are also defined and determined by the shaman or the magician. There's a number of them. There's even really weird ones, like the turning to the left and turning to the right. If you're turning to the left in the jungles of Borneo, you're a sorcerer. If you're turning to the right, you're a good magician. Left-hand path, right-hand path in many of the other traditions around the world that are very, very much the same. The middle pillar exercise in the Western occult tradition is reflected in this thing with 3 coca leaves that represent the identical ideas in the jungle here. There's quite a lot, and of course song and vibration and drumming is another one. Entheogens are also pretty consistent. So what I was getting at is sacred geometry and numerology. People have a lot of corny ideas about this stuff. There's a lot of silliness out there, and what you're really looking for is functionality, because that's what's going to give you truth. Like, what does this do more than what does this mean? So the number 9 is used to extract truth in gematria, because any multiple of 9 reduces to 9. The truth is always the truth. And so you see these kind of functionalities in these numbers. Numbers also give us a clue about the all being in the all. You can extract infinity from any number. You can get an infinite number of decimal places from any number. They all contain infinity somehow. And if anything contains infinity, that means everything contains infinity, because it's infinity. right? So, and that is your success will be your proof, right? You will have, all of this knowledge is demonstrable. Another one that I find really compelling has to do with the pyramid and the all-seeing eye on the top. If you have the Philosopher's Stone, right? It's a circle with a square inside and then a triangle. If you make it three-dimensional, it becomes something else entirely, because now it's a habitable space where things can happen, things can exist, right? So when you're doing the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram, you first formulate this circle, and then you acknowledge the four directions, so you're creating a square, and then above you there is a point that is the quintessence, the spirit, Keter, right? So this is consciousness. And this idea that the universe became conscious, and that's what actually started the process of creation. Also, a lot of people say, this is disputable, but that observation is what collapses the wave. So it is the introduction of the fifth element above that if you connect now the lines of the square to that point, you now have a three-dimensional habitable space that can sustain life. It is the introduction of consciousness that creates the habitable universe. And so that is the real, secret meaning of the pyramid and the eye on the triangle and whatnot. So it's this kind of thinking that is the territory that is inhabited by adepts of the mysteries. And so let me get this eternalized. What? One of the streams never went live. Well, wait, it says it's live. I don't get it. Oh, no, it's just going live now. That's terrible. What a shame. Anyways, all right, so let's find this. Eternalized. Sorry, I didn't bring it up before I started. I just saw a question in the chat. Let me see. Okay, so the other stream just went live. Maybe the whole thing will be there for playback. I don't know. How do I know all this stuff? I've been thinking about it since I was a child. And honestly, I kind of... it was like I was born with it kind of already in there, I guess. Like I've always kind of thought this way, I guess. It's developed a little bit over time, but really the general outlook and like the method of it all, I didn't realize it was weird when I was a little kid that, a little kid is thinking like this. But I remember being like 6 or 7 years old and I saw a grasshopper and this voice in my head said, before the end of time, you will have lived an entire life as every single grasshopper, every ant, every person, every plant, every single thing in the entire universe throughout all of time. And for a 6 or 7 year old to have a thought like that is seriously weird. So, and it was a lot of stuff, and I've also always known where to look. Like if I My mom said the word Gnostic one time, and I was a little kid, but I was like, holy shit, I'm a Gnostic. What does that mean? Like, I knew. Like, my hair stood up on my arms and stuff, And any significant person that had some part of the riddle for me, I would always, like, if I saw Jung's name on the bookshelf, I had no idea who he was, but I knew it was important. And it also seems like the universe kind of micromanages, like, the order that things come in, because like, certain things seem to be kind of withheld until it's the appropriate time. So I had experienced a bunch of synchronicities before I ever read any Jung, because it was important that, because I'm so critical, critical thinking and skeptical, I would have just said, well, I read about this, so now I'm imagining it or something. You know what I mean? Like, it was important that I didn't know that it was this guy's idea until I'd figured it all out. And even down to the details, that I understood that, you create a bridge between the conscious and subconscious, and it creates the capacity to perceive a higher order of symmetry. It's like the subconscious, the unconscious is the external world, and the conscious is the internal. And so once you create that bridge in your mind, it also is experienced externally. And so it's like this higher order of symmetry that you become aware of. And you know what I mean? Like, it was way more powerful for me to figure all that out on my own, and then realize that, this, like, genius psychologist had first formulated this idea and came up with that word many, many years before, and there's a lot of stuff like that. I ignored Aleister Crowley until the universe forced me really to look at that by just sticking it in my face constantly. And so I think I have the video up, so let's get it going.
To see a world in a grain of sand, and a heaven in a wild flower, hold infinity in the palm of your hand, and eternity in an hour. The magician is the most mysterious and fascinating of all archetypes. That the magician has fascinated human consciousness since ancient times is evident by taking a cursory glance at all the myths, legends, literature, movies and video games in which he appears. In literature, he often appears as a wise old man, a seer, a hermit, or a madman living far away from civilization and in contact with nature, animals, and the numinous. The magician is a person who has gained access to esoteric or occult, hidden knowledge, bringing the spiritual to the material. He has what the English visionary artist William Blake calls fourfold vision. It is a glimpse of eternity, whereby the smallest things in the world holds a cosmic significance. Thus, the magician has a deep relationship with the unseen realm, which coexists with us, but on a different level of reality or consciousness. The magician is the mentor or guide to his people, and even to the king. In all the times when a king became possessed by his anger and wanted to punish others unjustly, the magician, with measured and reasoned thinking, would reawaken the king's conscience and good sense by releasing him from his tempestuous mood. The court magician, in effect, was the king's psychotherapist. Those rulers who failed to take the counsel of the magician were more likely to become tyrannical dictators, leading to the fall of their empire. The magician has become ever-present in our collective consciousness. Professor Dumbledore in Harry Potter, Gandalf in The Lord of the Rings, the Jedi Masters Yoda and Obi-Wan Kenobi in Star Wars, etc. Early in the hero's journey, the young hero receives assistance from his mentors who have magical powers, so that he may gain knowledge and practical skills to overcome his dragon, and gather the gold and share it with his people, allowing the hero to mature into manhood. The magician is an initiate of secret and hidden knowledge of all kinds. All knowledge that takes special training to acquire is the province of the magician energy. The most popular magician archetype is Merlin of the Arthurian legend, which inspired our modern popular fiction. He is a sage with gifts of clairvoyance, prophecy, and magic powers. He forms part of the literary genre of chivalric romance, which evokes magic, heroic knights, dragons, and distressed damsels. Merlin is the advisor of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, who embark on a quest in search of the Holy Grail. Though Merlin remains for the most part hidden in the background, his presence is felt. The archetype of the magician stands out as an uncanny, mysterious, distant, and sometimes even a disturbing figure. Merlin was begotten by an incubus and born of an innocent virgin. He is a child prodigy, a product of the terrestrial and the supernatural. Merlin is a prophet sent from hell, the Antichrist, whose birth is intended to reverse the effect of Christ's harrowing of hell. The light side of his mother, however...
Now that, I just have to interject here, really blew my mind, because that archetype has been consistent. When I went through the Phoenix process, where I had this like rapid growth period, and I was having a lot of voices in my head that always told the truth if I pursued what they were telling me. I tested it in all sorts of ways, and at one point there was like this female sort of angelic narrator that was telling me my lineage and past lives and stuff, and it was saying this lineage goes, back through Aleister Crowley and Eliphas Levi to Merlin, and I didn't know until I saw this video that Merlin was supposed to have escaped from hell and that he had this Antichrist energy. And that was also true of Aleister Crowley, and that has been true of me since I was like 6 years old. So it's interesting to me to see this sort of natural expression of these stories as if, this archetypal energy is just something that's emanating from somewhere. And those consistencies in the expressions of the archetype in historical personages is pretty remarkable. And by the way, this Antichrist idea is not evil. It's not that this is an evil influence. It's the opposite. The premise, basically, is that, if you look in the Bible, you have John warning, Satan may come as an angel of light. And then it's like the next chapter, and Jesus shows up saying, my Father God has sent me, making him an angel, and I am the light. And people don't realize he's the devil because he's like preaching, morality. But if the devil's the ultimate liar, that's exactly what he would do. And why did Lucifer get kicked out of heaven? For trying to be God, just like this Jesus character here on earth? People are dense, man, and it's frightening. But that's the idea, that that's actually a complete reversal of the truth. And that people like myself and Crowley and Merlin and whoever else are working to reverse the spell and the damage that has been done. So also I wanted to point out, they've mentioned several times that back in the day, in different cultures, there was a magician who was advisor to the rulers. And I just thought I should point out that not only are not Eliphas Levi, John Dee and Edward Kelly, their supposed channeled language, Enochian, has been studied by linguists, and it actually was determined to have legitimate syntax and grammar. And I don't know that these two really could have done that. That they would have had the educational. It doesn't seem likely. To me, maybe they faked it, but it would be difficult to do. But at any rate, the British Empire became the most powerful empire on the planet, while the leaders were being counseled by magicians. And so, if magicians are superstitious fools, man, they really got lucky. The British Empire, right? So, there's that. And another thing that I don't know that he even mentions, I must be forgetting, but just in case, the real purpose of these magical practices and the entire endeavor is to gain access to your higher self and to make a connection with genius, which could be thought of as much of a current that you can connect with. You're trying to become a hollow tube to bring down fire from heaven, like Prometheus. Although that's a bit of a perilous undertaking. But yeah, that's, one of the reasons why we associate the wizard with genius and It's interesting to me that we've retained that perception, even though most people, I don't think, really consciously are aware of it.
Ultimately triumphs, and Merlin becomes the embodiment of the whole man, the self, a figure that holds the union of opposites, light and dark, in one being. This struggle of opposites also arises when Merlin tells the king that there's a red dragon and white dragon fighting underneath the kingdom, which is the reason the walls of his tower kept collapsing. This is something that people were unconscious of, but which they felt nonetheless. Merlin possesses the ability to see into the depths and to diagnose the roots of a problem that cannot or will not be seen on the surface. Before the Arthurian legend, however, Merlin had roots in Welsh mythology as the bard Myrddin the Wild, who had gone mad after being involved in a war and fled civilization to become a wild man of the woods, a reference, perhaps, to the Roman invasion of the Druids in ancient Celtic cultures. After Merlin vanished from the world into the forest, people still hear his cries, so the legend runs, but they cannot understand or interpret them. The figure of Merlin arises from the tension between paganism and Christianity. The Swiss psychiatrist and psychoanalyst Carl Jung writes, "The magician has preserved in himself a trace of primitive paganism. He possesses a nature that is still unaffected by the Christian dichotomy, and is in touch with the still pagan unconscious, where the opposites lie side by side in their original naive state, beyond the reach of sinfulness, but liable, if assimilated into conscious life, to beget evil as well as good, with the same daimonic energy. Therefore, he is a destroyer as well as a savior. This figure is therefore preeminently suited to become the symbol carrier for an attempt at unification." Along with Merlin, the other great archetype of the magician is Thoth, the ancient Egyptian god of wisdom, magic and writing, who later became syncretized with Hermes, the Greek messenger of the gods, and
So, just for the sake of clarification, he mentioned that there's a symbol that's convenient for unification. That unification is the method that brings forth the Philosopher's Stone. And there are different levels of interpretation of this. There's the physical Philosopher's Stone, and then there is the emergence of the holistic self that comes from the integration of the conscious and the unconscious. And so this idea of this alchemical synthesis of opposites producing a third thing of a higher nature is sort of the essential secret that lies behind the entire universe. This is how electromagnetic waves produce consciousness, but the two poles interacting.
and psychopomp, resulting in Hermes Trismegistus, the sage and magician to whom all truth-seekers dedicated their discoveries of their wisdom, including the Emerald Tablet, and various works known as the Hermetica, related on the one hand to astrology, medicine, botany, alchemy and magic, and on the other to religious, spiritual or mystical teachings. Hermetic writings contain a great deal of magic, as is seen in the Greek magical papyri, which shows a collection of hundreds of spells, formulae, rituals and hymns that span nearly every situation imaginable, and the Chironides, which illustrates the secret forces of nature and how they can be learned and magically used to ensure success, protection and healing. While classical scholars have denigrated these magical texts as merely superstitious, others see them as a collection of great religious literature. Practitioners of magic have had a long history of persecution, for magic was considered heresy, an unwelcome and improper expression of religion, the religion of the other. This brought about an intensive period of witch hunts, especially in early modern Europe. Magic is, in fact, the shadow of religion, representing its unknown, repressed and hidden qualities. Astrology became astronomy, and alchemy became not only chemistry, but also, according to Jung, the forerunner of our modern psychology of the unconscious. In this sense, magic is also called the mother of science. Despite the persecution of the magicians, they could not, of course, be cast out. None of the archetypes of the collective unconscious can be. Jungian analyst Marie-Louise von Franz writes, "Magic is probably one of the oldest of man's spiritual activities. Whenever a new conscious attitude arises, the old knowledge, the previous attitude, sinks onto the level of magic. Magic is therefore the older form of spiritual and religious knowledge and activity, which has been superseded by a new spiritual religious attitude. and therefore has sunk back into a more unconscious condition. One of the most ancient forms of magic were fertility rituals, used to propitiate the gods in order to ensure plentiful crops and fertile women. This works through sympathetic magic, which is based on the principle of correspondence. It proposes that one can influence something based on its resemblance to another thing, like affects like, such that forces of nature are to be influenced by the act carried out in the ritual. For example, Paleolithic cave paintings were associated with the magic of the hunt. Perhaps these paintings were made to act out a hunt before it began, or to consecrate the animal to be killed. Humans have had magical religious impulses through all of recorded history, and presumably before. The Sorcerer is the name for an enigmatic painting found in a French cavern known as the Sanctuary. It was made around 13,000 BC, and seems to be some kind of great spirit or master of animals. In ancient Mesopotamia, magical incantations were inscribed on cuneiform clay tablets. Rituals were performed by the Asipu, who were well versed in the magical arts, but also likely in medicine, priesthood, and scholarship. Magicians used to serve as advisors to kings and great leaders, and apotropaic magic was used as a defense against evil sorcerers, and for banishing the effect of evil influences, such as a curse or evil eye, with the help.
So, and interestingly for you, esoteric history buffs, the classical Illuminati trace their lineage back to Pythagoras, but myself and others have long suspected a connection to Babylonia and Syria and Egypt. And it was said by many that Pythagoras traveled to Egypt and studied probably in the mysteries of Isis, and then took the secret doctrine back to Greece. And maybe a month ago now, or maybe a little longer, cuneiform tablets were unearthed that had the Pythagorean theorem that we have attributed to Pythagoras, which definitely creates a link between this geophysical origin, potentially, and Pythagoras.
Help of good luck charms, amulets, talismans, certain gestures, etc. Today we still knock on wood to ward off bad luck. Apotropaic magic became widespread in ancient Greece. The Sumerian god Enki was associated with magic and regarded as the source of all arcane knowledge. For the ancient Mesopotamians and ancient Egyptians, magic was a way of life. They did not distinguish between rational science and magic. The Egyptians deified magic in the form of the god Heka. The main principle centered on the power of words to bring things into being. We may compare this idea with the magical word abracadabra, which appeared in late Greek writings and was used as an amulet inscription primarily to vanquish illness, and is possibly related to the Gnostic god Abraxas, though the
According to Aleister Crowley, abrahadabra is Hebrew for I create as I speak. I have not checked to verify that, but he did claim that.
meaning of the word is uncertain. Some have translated it as I will create as I speak. This also runs parallel to the creation of the world in Genesis, and God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Another popular magical word of today is hocus pocus, which may derive from the words hoc est corpus in the Latin Mass, this is the body, of Christ. For the Egyptians, magic was present in one's birth, life, death, and afterlife. In the afterlife, each individual would undergo a weighing of the heart, where one's heart would be weighed on a scale against a feather. Those who had pure hearts and led a life of virtue would balance the scales, and begin their long and arduous journey to Aru, or the Field of Reeds, paradise in Egyptian mythology. The deceased would face various challenges and obstacles, and magical spells were believed to provide protection and guidance. These can be found in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, and are intended to assist a dead person's journey through the underworld. Magicians often have ancient terms called grimoires, or Book of Spells. The Hayat al-Hakim, translated as the Aim of the Sage, also known as the Picatrix, is a 400-page book written around the 10th or 11th century that summarizes all the works on magic and astrology, and draws on hermetic and Neoplatonic philosophical ideas. In biblical canon, King Solomon is a figure known for his wisdom and piety. However, in the apocryphal works he's not just associated with wisdom, but also with magic and the occult. In the Testament of Solomon, he has conversations with demons. By means of a magical ring, the Seal of Solomon, he learns to control and command demons to speed up the construction of his temple. The Key of Solomon is a grimoire that describes the necessary preparations for certain magical operations. It provides instructions for the creation and consecration of magical tools for invoking spirits, often to gain knowledge, power, or assistance in various endeavors. as well as the appropriate materials, astrological time, and magical symbols. Before the invocation, however, one must purify oneself, create a magic circle, and pray for God's protection. Perhaps the most famous fictional grimoire is the Necronomicon, written by the mad Arab Abdul al-Hazred, which appears in the works of horror writer H.P. Lovecraft. The title appeared to him in a dream. Not much is known of its contents, other than a rhyming couplet, "That is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange eons even death may die." Al-Hazred worshipped cosmic entities, known as the Great Old Ones and Outer Gods, before his mysterious death. Lovecraftian characters are entranced by the pursuit of forbidden knowledge, and end up descending into madness or death by the revelation of it. Lovecraft reveals a deep human desire, that we would risk our lives for gaining access to occult knowledge. However, one must beware of unearned wisdom. There are no shortcuts to enlightenment. One of the leading archetypes of our time is the sorcerer's apprentice. This archetype is depicted by Goethe. As a sorcerer departs his workshop, he leaves his apprentice to work on chores. The apprentice gets tired, and enchants a broom to do the work for him by infusing it with summoned spirits. Things start to get out of control, and the apprentice does not know how to undo his spell. The sorcerer returns and quickly breaks the spell, dispelling the spirits before they could do more damage. The story concludes with the old sorcerer's statement that only a master should invoke powerful spirits. As Goethe famously states, "The spirits that I summoned, I now cannot rid myself of again." This is Pandora's box, a source of great and unexpected trouble. Once opened, there's no turning back. The archetype of the sorcerer's apprentice portrays the zeitgeist of the 21st century: nuclear energy, genetic engineering, cloning, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, etc. We are entering a post-human era, posing new existential challenges to the human condition. We have built a system which we cannot live without, and yet the individual within the system can be done away with. As time moves on, technological inventions may become extensions and replacements of our muscles, our nervous system, our brain, our eyes and ears, and even our reproductive organs, to such an extent that the boundaries between biology and mechanical contraptions have all but disappeared. Materialistic science, in its effort to gain knowledge about the world of matter and to control it, has engendered a monster that threatens the very survival of human existence. Moreover, the stress and excessive demands of modern life, alienation and loss of meaning in life and of spiritual values, has engendered in many people a consuming need to escape and seek pleasure and oblivion. People are slowly being alienated from their bodies, from each other, and from nature. As we'll see later, the integration of the magician archetype is essential for us to tackle these problems. In his work on English literature in the 16th century, British writer C.S. Lewis highlights how in medieval stories, magic had a fantastical and fairy-like quality, while in the Renaissance, it became tied to the idea of hidden knowledge that could be explored through books and rituals. Scholars immersed themselves in mysterious books, pronouncing terrible words, and souls were endangered. Magic became a potentially dangerous pursuit. The German magician, alchemist, and astrologer Johann Georg Faust appears as the archetypal adept of Renaissance magic in the 15th and 16th centuries, becoming the subject of folk legend after his death. In works of fiction, Dr. Faust appears as a man who grows weary of human knowledge, and concludes that only magic is worth learning. He signs a blood pact and sells his soul to the devil, in exchange for magical powers for a number of sad years. At the end of the contract, however, he's carried off to hell. Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa's views on magic were revolutionary in this period, and in his 3 books of occult philosophy, he exposed the powers of magic and its relationship with religion, rejecting forbidden forms of sorcery. His work is inspired by the Kabbalistic and hermetic magic of Marsilio Ficino and Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, where the magician's task is to explore the secrets of nature, to reveal the wonder of God's work, and to inspire more ardent love of the Creator. The Swiss alchemist and physician Paracelsus combined medicine with magic and led a medical revolution. He introduced elemental beings and viewed the cosmos as interconnected, assigning spiritual significance to natural elements. John Dee was an English mathematician, astronomer, and magician who served as advisor to Queen Elizabeth I. He amassed one of England's biggest libraries, which attracted many scholars. Together with Sir Edward Kelly, an occultist and scryer, or crystal gazer, they created the angelical or Enochian language, supposed to have been revealed to them by angels during their mystical interactions. Alchemy found a resurgence in this period as well. According to legend, Nicolas Flamel, a French scribe, had discovered the Philosopher's Stone and attained immortality. A notable work is the 12 Keys, attributed to Basil Valentine, likely a pseudonym used by one or more German authors, and published by Johann Tulder in 1599. It presents an allegorical description of 12 steps by which the Philosopher's Stone may be created, allowing one to turn base metals into gold. Mercury, the Roman counterpart of Hermes, is another figure of wholeness who is crucial in alchemy, as he represents the Philosopher's Stone. Jung writes, "Mercurius stands at the beginning and end of the work. He is metallic, yet liquid, matter, yet spirit, cold, yet fiery, poison, and yet healing draught. a symbol uniting all the opposites. Historians have distinguished between low magic and high magic. Low magic is folk magic, often associated with simple spells, charms and witchcraft. It is also called goetia, and was seen as fraudulent or deceptive magic, as opposed to high magic or theurgy, which was regarded as divine magic. We may also distinguish between white magic and black magic. White magic is the use of the powers of nature and of the mind for the service of good. It is selfless and virtuous. All white magic must be backed by a strong moral character, which results in greater interior enlightenment, a prerequisite for performing heroic services for mankind. The white magician does not identify himself as a holder of magical power, but rather as a conduit for the divine power, which makes this service possible. The end of all wisdom is to understand the deep relationship between the human being and his creator, and this relationship is agape, the highest form of love, which is selfless and sacrificial, committed to the well-being of others. As soon as one enters into moral decay and uses magic for egotistical purposes, it becomes black magic, a source of fear and dread. The black magician abuses his power for his own selfish gain, in order to control others or inflict harm on others. Thus, when a thing is done to help someone, it is white magic. When it is done for harmful purposes, it is black magic. Jung writes, "Magic exercises a compulsion that prevails over the conscious mind and will of the victim. An alien will rises up in the bewitched and proves stronger than his ego. The only comparable effect capable of psychological verification is that exerted by unconscious contents, which by their compelling power demonstrate their affinity with or dependence on man's totality." Magician, wizard, and sorcerer are often used as synonyms, though there are subtle differences between them. Generally speaking, a magician refers to anyone who practices magic. A wizard is typically a wise old man that has studied the magical arts over a long period of time, and a sorcerer either has an innate gift of magic or has gained magical power through making pacts with supernatural entities, which is usually associated with witchcraft and voodoo. Enchanters are known for their ability to cast spells, often involving magical objects, charms, and talismans, while necromancers use magic for communicating with the dead and summoning their spirits for the purpose of foretelling future events or discovering hidden knowledge. The mysterious druids in ancient Celtic cultures left no written accounts, though the earliest reference to them date to the 4th century BC. The 1st century BC Greek scholar Alexander Polyhistor referred to the druids as philosophers who were inspired by Pythagoras, the immortality of the soul, and metempsychosis, the transmigration of the soul, especially its reincarnation after death. Mystics and Gnostics engaged in meditation, prayer, and rituals in order to attain gnosis, personal knowledge or direct experience of the divine, to reach oneness with a center that lies deep within by uniting their will with the will of God. Thy will be done. The shaman is widely present in certain Siberian and Native American tribes. He owes his powers to mystical communion with the world of spirits, making him, as Mircea Eliade puts it, a technician of the sacred. The shamanic call involves some kind of illness or psychic crisis. After going through this ordeal and curing himself, the shaman is capable of healing others. If we're able to go through the dark night of the soul, we are illuminated by an inextinguishable spark, the font of all light. All the darkness in the world cannot extinguish the light of a single candle. The shaman is not only a medicine man who picks the right herbs and ingredients to make a healing concoction for curing physical illness, but also guards his community from loss of soul. Shamanism can be seen as the oldest system of healing known in the world. Von Franz writes, "The roots of both priesthood and psychotherapy lie in the primitive phenomenon of shamanism and the existence of medicine men. Priests often serve as spiritual leaders within their religious ceremonies and are responsible for conducting rituals within their faith tradition, as well as acting as intercessors between the human and the divine. The rites of exorcism, doctrine of transubstantiation, access to holy water and blessed herbs could be conceived as magical practices. The analytical psychologist is like a modern shaman who seeks to heal a patient and teach him or her about the importance of dreams, which are the essential guides in bringing our unconscious contents into consciousness, in order to progress towards the self, the total personality. The self is represented by the sacred symbol of the mandala, a magic circle which is found all over the world. It appears in connection with chaotic states of disorientation and has the purpose of reducing the confusion to order as it expresses balance and wholeness. Patients often emphasize the beneficial or soothing effect of such pictures, as if they possessed a magical significance. All magic, miracles, and parapsychological happenings seem to have one theme in common, namely, an attitude of hopeful expectancy on the part of the participants. This is also known as the archetype of the miracle, or the archetype of the magic effect. Many of the founders of the great religions often performed miracles. Jesus would make the person whom he healed a participant in the healing. Your faith has healed you. One might say that miracles can only happen in response to a need transcending the ego. For example, in the Bible, Moses strikes water from a rock to quench the thirst of his people. This miracle is not a prideful trick or ego trip from the magician, but rather a compassionate act. There are many cases of people avoiding terrible accidents by hearing a voice out of nowhere. For example, telling one to get off the road, only for there to be a major accident shortly after, as if one was warned by one's guardian angel. We have no explanation for such events, but they affect us profoundly. The magician is responsible for these seemingly miraculous eruptions into our everyday world of space and time, cause and effect, which Jung calls synchronicity. The magician gives us unexpected glimpses of the transcendent world, offering a numinous experience that temporarily suspends our rational beliefs and our superfluous worries. Psychologically, the magician is the archetype of transformation, transforming old realities into new ones. He is capable of transforming reality by changing consciousness. He is the archetype of self-realization par excellence. The magician aids us in our lifelong task of attaining a higher level of consciousness, and of recognizing that higher power which is greater than ourselves. We are always in a process of transforming ourselves, others, and the objects in the world around us. For the magician, matter is energy, and energy is matter. As the law of conservation of energy states, energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It can only be transformed from one form to another. The same might be applied to the eternal and immortal soul. Often everyday people unknowingly use the basic principles of magic and never think they are doing magic. We have all probably known people who emanate caring and peace, and sometimes we can feel better just by standing next to them. Conversely, we all know people whose inner world is chaotic and desperate, and that inner state affects people around them. The magician has control over the mystical laws, which are mirror reflections of the physical laws, as the Emerald Tablet teaches us, as above, so below, and as below, so above, to accomplish the marvels of the one work. The magician realizes that at a fundamental level, there exists a transcendent unitary world where inner and outer reality coexist, known as the unus mundus, the one world. The magical and sacred plane is not something that is above us and is inaccessible. On the contrary, it is immanent in ourselves, others, and the cosmos. The magician archetype provides a sense of connectedness with the whole, and an understanding that what is within us contains all that is outside ourselves. The microcosm and macrocosm mirror one another. Sometimes, the simplest of things contain the greatest magical effect. Our world is full of magic and wonder for those with eyes to see, and it is up to us to awaken ourselves to the true beauty of life. The order that we establish in our inner world corresponds to order in the external world. Thus, if we want a peaceful world, we must start with becoming peaceful ourselves. As we ourselves become healthier and more alive, each of us sets in motion a ripple effect in others. This expresses a fundamental truth that is shared by almost all the world religions. It is the golden rule: do to others as you would have them do unto you. Love thy neighbor as thyself. In the ancient Sanskrit epic poem, the Mahabharata, it is written, "One should never do that to another which one regards as injurious to one's own self." This, in brief, is the rule of Dharma. While Dharma expresses a virtuous life, the principle of karma supposes a relationship of cause and effect, whereby people's actions or deeds influence their future, as well as their rebirth. There appears to be a fundamental law of universal equilibrium in nature, so that what you do to others will come back to you. That is the divine energy inherent in every human being. As Newton's third law states, for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. We are not only made to live in harmony with each other, but also interconnected with each other, in a metaphysical sense. The Stoic philosopher and emperor Marcus Aurelius states, "What injures the hive injures the bee." When a man does wrong to another man, they are hurting themselves. What you do to others will come back to you, and this may go beyond our physical existence. In Hindu and Buddhist cosmology, Indra's net is an infinite cosmic net which contains a single glittering jewel in each eye of the net. And since the net itself is infinite in dimension, the jewels are infinite in number. Moreover, if we were to inspect and closely look at one of these jewels, we will discover that, in its polished surface, there are reflected all the other jewels in the net, infinite in number. Not only that, but each of the jewels reflected in this one jewel is also reflecting all the other jewels ad infinitum. The shamans perceive the world as a vast web of energy, to which all living beings are connected, the anima mundi, and the Melanesian and Polynesian cultures speak of mana, which is the extraordinary and compelling supernatural power which emanates from certain individuals, objects, action, and events, as well as from inhabitants of the spirit world. This concept has been popularized in role-playing games, representing energy used to perform magical abilities. Jung writes, "The mana personality is a dominant of the collective unconscious, the well-known archetype of the mighty man in the form of the hero, chief, magician, medicine man, saint, the ruler of men and spirits, the friend of God. So whatever else the magician archetype might be, it is clear that it is one instance of a mana personality. As a practitioner of black magic, the shadow magician has no interest in helping others, but rather controls or manipulates others for his own benefit. Whenever we are detached, unrelated, and withholding what we know could help others, Whenever we use our knowledge as a weapon to belittle and control others, or to bolster our status or wealth at others' expense, we are identified with the shadow magician as manipulator. The dark magician's esoteric knowledge on his craft causes his ego to become inflated, and he takes advantage of others who have limited knowledge. As Lord Acton stated, power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. The shadow magician also has an Asclepius complex, a common form of inflation that comes from identifying with a healer archetype. He has no need for any personal relationship with the wounded. Taking on an archetype eliminates one's humanity, resulting in grandiose beliefs, megalomania, or a messiah complex. This is typical of charlatans, false prophets, or cult leaders. The dark magician believes that he is a god because he has the power to heal, and falls into hubris, considered as the worst of the 7 deadly sins. Because the power of the magician in each of us is so potentially great, integrating the shadow is essential, so that we do not consciously use our power for evil purposes. If we do not integrate our repressed content, they take on a monstrous form and possess us, like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Perhaps because of the expression magic tricks, the archetype of the trickster comes immediately to mind when one thinks of the magician. In fact, Mercury and Hermes, both gods of tricksters, thieves, and magicians. When they are in their shadow side, they become illusionists, convincing others of overnight success or a magic pill to solve all problems, usually at high prices. This method of diverting people from their personal journeys to mindless consumerism is a major force of evil sorcery in our time. On the other hand, the prankishness of the trickster can serve to deflate an all-too-serious magician's personality. Both can shapeshift, create illusions, and confuse us with their sleight of hand. By making objects disappear, they can dramatize the simple truth that every object, everything, is but an appearance of reality. The underlying essence of the magical art is revelation. The magician has the power to reveal the basic structure underlying all appearance by stripping away the unnecessary details. Behind the 10,000 things, all is one. It is as if the trickster conceals this fundamental reality from us, until we do the necessary inner work to realize the illusion of appearances. This is the veil of Maya, which conceals the true character of spiritual reality, creating the cosmic illusion that the phenomenal world is real. In Hinduism, we are part of the Supreme Being's Leela, divine play. All of reality is the outcome of the divine play of the Supreme Being, revealing the interconnectedness of all existence. The goal is to understand our role in this cosmic game, while realizing that the Atman, true self or essence, is identical to Brahman, unchanging and supreme reality. In Tarot, the magician is assigned number 1, and comes just after the Fool, who has the number 0. In the Marseille deck, the magician is called the Juggler. He appears as a young street performer holding a golden wand and wearing motley, the traditional costume of the court jester, trickster, or fool. The brim of his hat resembles a figure 8 lying on its side, the mathematical sign for infinity. In the Rider-Waite deck, the magician appears as a holy priest, discarding the aspects of the trickster. The hat has been replaced by the symbol for infinity, encompassing creation, preservation, and destruction, the cycle of birth, life, death, and rebirth. This may be a hint about the endlessness of the powers of magic. The number 1 symbolizes undifferentiated totality, out of which comes the 2, the opposites, a necessary conflict for the possibility of consciousness, which defines the human being. Elevation, however, is motion toward unity. The magician's task is to unite with the one source, from where we all come from and will return, when the time is right. In Kabbalah, the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet, Aleph, symbolizes the oneness of God. The magician points one hand with a wand to the sky and the other hand to the earth, as above, so below. Or as Jesus said in the Lord's Prayer, "Thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven." The sky, inspiration, dreaming, vision, is grounded in the facts of everyday existence. Both are equally important. Real power comes from recognizing our dependence on the earth, on other people, and on our spiritual source. Thus, many traditional shamans begin their work by consciously connecting with and thanking the earth, the 4 directions, the people they love most, including their teacher, and finally the spiritual power they serve. In the Red Book, Jung dedicates a chapter to the magician. He meets Philemon, his inner wise old man and magician. When Jung talks to him about what magic is, Philemon replies that magic happens to be precisely everything that eludes comprehension. One cannot understand magic. One can only understand what accords with reason. Magic accords with unreason, which one...
This is the one thing in this video that I absolutely do not agree with. I don't think that magic does not accord with reason. All phenomena in the causal universe that manifest in this plane have some mechanism of action. There is, some kind of conduit. It's all governed by these laws. And so it absolutely can be understood, and no magician can affect any kind of change without understanding what he's doing. So this is the one point that I have a problem with, and that you hear this a lot, and I think it's actually kind of harmful that people believe this, because it's not true from my point of view. Not in the least. It's actually the opposite of truth.
And cannot understand. Jung writes, "The practice of magic consists in making what is not understood understandable in an incomprehensible manner." Magic will never be lost to humanity, since it is reborn with each and every one of us. We need magic to be able to receive or invoke the messenger and the communication of the incomprehensible. We must accept that the world comprises reason and unreason, and that magic remains a mystery until one attains gnosis. Then one might say, as Jung did when asked if he believed in God, "I don't need to believe, I know." Jung writes, "This magical power allows itself to be neither taught nor learned. Either one has it or does not have it. Now I know your final mystery. You are a lover. You have succeeded in uniting what has been sundered. That is, binding together the above and below. Have we not known this for a long time? Yes, we knew it. No, we did not know it. It has always been this way, and yet it has never been thus. Why did I have to wander such long roads before I came to Philemon, if he was going to teach me what has been common knowledge for ages? Alas, we have known everything since time immemorial, and yet we will never know it until it has been accomplished. Who exhausts the mystery of love?" If we listen to our inner voice, conscience, or intuition, despite our awareness that others might think what we're doing is crazy, we awaken the inner magician. The magician's path is a lonely one. By delving into one's own psyche and inner images, one can bring the unknown into the known, the unconscious into consciousness. That is magic, and that is the purpose of Jungian psychology. When we dedicate time, energy, and resources to something, cooking, music, painting, writing, etc., we're working on integrating the magician archetype, which is part of the individuation process. The magician not only works on perfecting his art for practical purposes, but also has extensive knowledge about it and its connection with one's way of life. Much of our inner negativity results from repression. The issue is not to get rid of it, but to transform it by allowing it to resurface, be acknowledged, and take on a new form. It is possible to learn to transform emotional energy once we learn to feel our feelings fully. We can see this in our personal relationships, when we talk through our pain or anger and come out the other side feeling more intimate and loving than before. When a person opens to feel with another person's pain and move through it with the other person, it is often the case that both feel better in the end. The power of words is evident in psychoanalysis, the talking cure. We know the problems in our outer life reflect our inner state, but it can be very painful when we are incapable of healing ourselves. The highest form of healing is the balance between body, soul, and spirit, good nutrition and exercise, a connection with our innermost self, and staying true to our spiritual source. Often magic is as simple as prayer. Many magicians simply ask for what is needed: health, forgiveness, transformation, resources. As long as it is reasonable and within the humanly possible, one can attain it. The answer comes from the wisdom of a power greater than one's own. Hence the saying in Matthew 7:7, "Ask and it will be given to you. Seek and you will find. Knock and the door will be opened to you." Interestingly, the number 7 is considered the most mystical of all numbers, symbolizing fullness and completion, as it is the day God finished his work, blessed it, and rested. It is the most repeated number in the Bible. All of the great inventions and wonders of the world first existed as images in the unconscious. As we paid attention to them, we brought them into consciousness and solidified them into the external world. The magician brings the realm of fantasy and imagination into reality. By visualizing it, he creates it. In numerology, this corresponds to the master number 22, Master Builder, who is the most capable of all in making his or her dreams come to fruition. To some extent, thoughts create reality. Belief is not trivial, it has tangible results. The power of the mind can even heal sickness, as is seen in placebo-controlled studies. In New Age thought, the law of attraction supposes that positive thoughts bring positive results, and negative thoughts bring negative outcomes. Psychologically, however, it is too one-sided. We must not impose our will on reality, but surrender to both the positive and the negative, which must coexist, for that is the fundamental reality of the human condition. It is their synthesis, not the repression of the negativity, that brings about the fullness of being, of psychic wholeness, balance, and harmony. Positive thinking should never be used to avoid responsibility for the harm you do to yourself or others. When we do harm, we need to ask for forgiveness. When we can do so honestly, we should also make amends in some way. The magician always practices some kind of ritual. Rituals express a change in commitment and help us experience a sense of connectedness, and rituals repeated over time connect us with our historical ancestors. Individuals and traditions differ on the details of such practices: meditation, active imagination, prayer, and theogens, etc. Psychologically, the idea is to align your consciousness with your unconscious, so that your unique story may be unfolded in life. Like fruits and flowers, our life experiences are products of nature. They grow spontaneously in our garden, awaiting discovery for the nourishment of our soul. The magician journeys to another world through altered states of consciousness. We all enter these altered states, but most of us choose not to become very conscious of them. These, however, open us to a deeper wisdom and a connection with the transpersonal that greatly improves the quality of the rest of our lives. One way to awaken the magician within is simply to become conscious as we enter these other planes of reality. Synchronicities become more frequent. Inner images suddenly materialize, now outer reality, without any causal connection, just as if we had conjured them forth, or as if the synchronistic event must hold a special message for us. How one goes about decoding the meaning of such an event is part of the integration of the magician archetype. Many people attempt to meditate and implant favorable images in the unconscious by self-hypnosis or other techniques. However, one cannot manipulate the activities of the unconscious by willpower.
So earlier I was talking about how the building the bridge between the conscious and the subconscious, and how, you know, he was saying these internal images or concepts externalize somehow. And how that's connected to a higher order of symmetry. I just wanted to mention, while I was thinking about it, that there is a study happening right now. I'll try to find a link to it again. I should have copied it and pasted it in the description. I did not. But there is a group of apparently serious physicists that have experienced the synchronicities on this level, and they are trying to look for some quantum symmetries that explain the synchronicities. I just thought that was really great to hear, because that's how I've explained it for, you know, many years, and it would be epic if they are successful.
Unconscious is, by definition, unconscious. A more useful technique, as has been practiced since ancient times, is to simply observe one's inner thoughts, feelings, and images, and allow whatever pictures to appear in the mind's eye. The inner magician can help us become aware of the visions of power that exist within us, so that we can bring them into reality, or transform the repressed content into something beautiful, for the magician can turn the ordinary into something extraordinary. Our inner images yearn to be born, struggling against our indifference to free themselves from the unconscious, like a stone held captive, waiting to be released by the sculptor. Some artists in this medium say that they do not create their figures. Instead, they simply chisel away all superfluous material, so that the image already implicit in the unconscious can stand free in the stone. Similarly, when we are in a state of masa confusa, of inner chaos, we can delve into the eternal guide within to find the source of our confusion and clear up conflicting urges. If the spectator could enter into these images in his imagination, approaching them on the fiery chariot of his contemplative thought, if he could make a friend and a companion of one of these images of wonder, then would he arise from his grave, then would he meet the Lord in the air, and then he would be happy.
Okay, well, big thanks to Eternalized for that amazing video. That was really, really solid.
To see a world in a grain of sand.
One thing that I might be able to add, though, towards the end, he mentioned that the magician makes the ordinary extraordinary. And I would amend that a little bit and say that the magician knows that the ordinary is extraordinary, and he does not forget that. That's one of the great tricks to maintaining one of the ways that I explain being a magician really is that flow state can happen in macro. So it can become the theme, it can become the norm, rather than something that occurs during rare periods of very high concentration, and, you know, deployment of some skill like playing guitar or mountain biking or whatever. It can be something that happens in your life at large. And the way that that happens is that you become completely fixated on one single purpose. Aleister Crowley called this finding your true will. The Greeks were all about, you know, your deep daemon, which, by the way, wasn't an evil. concept back then. It was just a spirit, basically. It could be good, evil, in between, whatever. And so, it focusing completely on one single purpose and taking risks and, doing all of the things that you do in micro when you're improvising on an instrument or something that trigger flow state. You do them in your life at large, and then this becomes a transcendental life instead of just occasional transcendental experiences. And I think this is actually closer to our intended natural state than we tend to experience because of the indoctrination of culture. And culture is your cult. It's limiting, and it is manipulative, and it gaslights you into believing that you're insane. Really, ironically, if you manage to attain to a higher level of consciousness. And that's one of the reasons that I am so vigilant about trying to encourage people to pursue, mathematical training and reading psychology and all of this sort of thing, and maintaining good critical thinking practices and embracing reason and stuff. We don't need to perpetuate stereotypes in regards to what it means to have a spiritual dimension to your life, But what I was saying about the mundane, the ordinary, the magician making it extraordinary, it already is extraordinary. It's just that people become accustomed to it. It becomes normal and mundane for them. And this is one of the reasons that evil persists in our society as well. I made a video spoofing boomers the other week. Or no, I didn't make it, actually. It was just a short I clipped from a video or something. But I posted it, and it pissed a lot of people off, Actually, let's make an example out of this. It also happened the other day when I was talking about how the government was creating legislation to make the AI monitor minorities and right-wing extremists more closely. And the video I was reacting to, the guy said it was because they believe in a higher power, something higher than the government, which is absolutely stupid. And I said, and I can understand why this could have been taken the wrong way, that no, it's because of an increased likelihood of association with criminal activity on the one hand, and in 2022, for example, all the mass shootings were right-wing extremists. So maybe it's got something to do with like that. People got really mad, and canceled one patron canceled, and somebody else accused me of being racist. And it's numbers, guys. It's not racism. It's not racist to say that 85% of white males are serial killers, or 85% of serial killers are white males between the ages of 18 and 35. It's just true. It's just facts. That's not what racism is. Racism is when you believe something that somebody is inferior or superior based on their race alone. That's it. And, the proclivities and inclinations of people based on their culture and surroundings, it's got nothing to do with. Anyways, how did we get on that? I guess I was still kind of freshly annoyed at that. Yeah, I lost my train of thought going down that particular rabbit hole. Let me check in with the chat, and if anyone remembers what the hell. Is there no image in the shorts feed? It's just a black screen? What's going on? Wow, there's quite a few of you guys. Yeah, they're trying to make the legislation. Check out my video on that. Well, the collective unconscious is a different thing. It's not that it should be called something. It's a different thing. That is acknowledged, but they're different things. By the way, AMA is open if you guys have any questions. I am down to H.P. Blavatsky went a bit further than Jung, I think, in esoteric studies. Yeah, yes, she did. She went further than pretty much anyone except, very, very, very small group of people. In fact, one of her students, Alice Bailey, over time, she went off the rails on the Wushu train, and it just is like new age, like gobbledygook bullshit. But her earlier work, like Treatise on Cosmic Fire and White Magic, pretty incredible stuff. In fact, I had one of the most extraordinary experiences of my entire life, and you guys interact with this guy sometimes. Actually, you'll see Dustin in the. I think his handle is his full name, Dustin Kronk. When I do the music streams, sometimes you'll see his name. You guys can ask him about this next time he's in there. He brought it up the other day. It was really wild, but. I had this experience, and excuse me if you're a regular follower, you've heard the story before, but I was driving back from this meeting of Native American shamans and teachers in New Mexico many, many years ago, and I was having this sort of vision. It was translucent, so it didn't cause me to wreck my car, but it was like outside of my brain. It wasn't like in my head. It was like external. And it was just sort of this image of this like purple sort of geisha looking alien creature with like these big horns and kind of looked like a demon, I guess, but I didn't get any evil vibes from it at all. And I'm driving along and suddenly it's there. And I'm like, okay, what the hell is that? It doesn't move or talk or anything. It's just like a picture, like a painting. And it happened a few times, and then years went by and I'd forgotten about it. So I'm living in Northern California, 6-7 years after this experience, if not longer. And I'm playing my guitar one day, and my girlfriend says, sometimes when you're like really concentrating, I can see this vague outline of this like purple demon looking thing with these big black horns. I didn't put it together with that vision that I had. Right, she was kind of nuts, so I was like, all right, so Satan is my spirit animal, groovy, that's totally metal or whatever. And then I'm playing with Dustin out at this farm, and he, after the jam, he says, man, I got to tell you something, like twice now. When we're playing together, I see this like purple demon thing with these big black horns, and I'm like, then it started to get weird, I'm like, wait a minute, that's exactly, this girl had said this a week earlier. And then I go to the bar in town a few days later, and I'm playing, and as I'm leaving, this Maori kid, he had face tattoos, that's how I knew. He stopped me, and he's like, hey, bro, I got to tell you something, man. Sometimes when you play, I see this purple, I'm like, demon-looking thing with big black horns, and he's like, the fuck, you know about that? I'm like, I guess I do, So I keep hearing about this, and I go and drink ayahuasca in South America eventually. And I'm walking along, and that thing, that purple geisha demon from the vision, that being was there in front of me. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I hear ayahuasca say, remember this? And I was like, yeah. And she's like, well, you know how an object can be in two places at once, according to physics. Yeah. Well, this is you as you exist on a gas giant, Sirius C, really, because A and B exert, and this is her telling me this before it had been discovered, right? The paper wasn't published until 5 days after the ceremony or 10 days after the ceremony. It just occurred to me to look it up, 2 weeks after the ceremony. And the paper had freshly been published on the internet. And the paper confirmed this, which it was just mind-blowing because there's no way I would have known this. I've never studied astrophysics. There's no reason for me to conjure this up, right? And she says the reason it's a gas giant that didn't become a red dwarf because of the influence of the other two stars. And they have known for a long time that there was a wobble on Sirius B, I guess, because they thought there was a third body, a smaller one, that was, the gravity's pulling it as it passes. So that's what was happening. And, she gave me a full description of these beings, what they do, and how they transmit this certain type of knowledge to, humans and animals even, and minerals and all this stuff. And, I'm kind of trying to take it with a grain of salt. But then I realized, oh my God, this is what the people that, Dustin, Sarah, and the Maori kid, this is what they were seeing floating around me, this thing here, And so I go into the CP and I tell everyone because they pass the stick around and they're like, what happened tonight? And I'm like, well, Apparently there's a gas giant, it's got this alien on it that I'm apparently connected to. And yeah, and then like a week later, I look it up, and the paper is freshly published. So it was not known even to humanity at the time that I received this information. There may have been a few researchers that did know. So it's possible I pulled it from the collective unconscious. Still, though, man, that was insane. That was like one of the most confirming experiences. I've never even heard anything like that with that level of specificity, and no way that I could have guessed. I mean, it's crazy. But then a couple days after that, I found a writing by Alice Bailey, who was a student of Blavatsky, by the way. I don't know if I mentioned that. That described these beings and said they lived on a planet near Sirius. It just blew my mind. It was exactly the same description that ayahuasca gave me, down to the finest. It was almost verbatim from that book, and I just randomly stumbled upon it. So yeah, one of my wildest experiences actually relates to Blavatsky indirectly. And Blavatsky was such a genius. She was a Eastern European princess, and she was a little bit of a shyster, maybe. Yeah, Robert Anton Wilson is another one that really, hey, welcome back, Fish. That really, and I'll talk about that because some of you guys probably aren't my usuals that have heard all this stuff before, I hope. But I mean, that's the other one, really, the pyramid at the bottom of the ocean. He gave the coordinates in a book that was published in 1974, and in 2013, they found the pyramid in the spot where he described it being in this book. He also talks about the U.S. government attacking buildings and then using it. They're attacking themselves, government buildings, and then using that as an excuse to write legislation that takes away people's rights. Does that sound familiar at all? Illuminatus trilogy by Robert Anton Wilson, definitely worth a read. But yeah, Blavatsky spoke 22 languages fluently. She was an Eastern European princess, and she wrote The Secret Doctrine and Isis Unveiled. I think she wrote more stuff, but those are the only two that you really need to read. And I'm not even sure about Isis Unveiled, but The Secret Doctrine for sure. Pretty remarkable lady. In fact, Aleister Crowley, despite his disdain for women generally, held her in such high regard that he actually wrote a book that was commentary and response, like a reaction video from the 1800s to Blavatsky, I think The Secret Doctrine. And he had no criticism and you could tell he just held her in the highest regard. And that really says a lot coming from that guy. Yeah, that is, I think, when those Roman documents were found. What he's referencing is, I can't remember the Atwill, I think the scholar's name is. He found some documents from the Roman consulate that were basically the minute meetings from when they made up Jesus and explained why they were doing it. And it was like one of the final nails in the coffin, because already the fact that there's not a single eyewitness and there is no record of an arrest, there's no record of a trial, there's no record of a Jew wandering around preaching to people and pissing the Romans off, and they recorded everything. They had spies everywhere. It was like the U.S. now with cameras, only they had people or standing around writing, you know what I mean? It's extremely sus that there's nothing anywhere. But yeah, so they described even how they used the military campaign of Titus to create the story. So the ministry in the Bible follows the exact campaign trail of Titus's battles. So it's just, yeah, but the Atwill papers, I think. Still going through the chat. AMA is open, by the way, if you guys have... By the way, please hit the like button, share, subscribe, consider becoming a patron or supporting us via one of the options in the chat. We are traveling to PSOC on Tuesday, and so raising up funds for this adventure is my highest priority at the moment. Encouraging everyone, as always, to get your courses in. Go to Coursera or free, what is it called? Free... oh man, I can't remember. There's a free site that has courses for Python programming and AI and everything you can need to know, and it's totally free, and they're high quality courses. And you guys, we need power, and that's how we're going to get it. So was that yesterday? No, it was the day before yesterday, but I appreciate that for sure. Free Code Camp. That is exactly correct. Free Code Camp. Oh, actually, I remember I had a good idea. I'm going to go to hermetic.com, and we're going to have a look at Crowley's absolutely hilarious instructions for magical practice. Let me see if I can find a PDF of this book online. I'm sure it's there. Internet Archive. Oh, something else I wanted to mention, just part of my personal story that is really mind-boggling. Like I have no idea what to. Well, actually, I do have an idea. And it might even be a good idea. So earlier, I started talking about Merlin and how I had this angelic voice at one night or something in my life where it was describing to me my lineage and the people that had come before, maybe past lives. According to Crowley, they're actually all past lives. Either way, though, one of the things it told me is that you escaped from hell, the lake of fire. And I had never heard that Merlin was supposed to have escaped from hell until I saw that Eternalized video the other day. And I'm like, what the fucking hell, man? Like, I didn't know that, What is that? Like, where did that come from? But I think I might understand what is actually meant there. I think that it makes sense that the universal mind can really only speak to you in terms that you possess, right? So when it is said that the magician can draw any force to himself that he requires, by making himself a fit receptacle for it, what is actually meant is that you must have the language to communicate an idea. You must practice scales on the guitar in order to have the vocabulary to improvise, even though when you are in flow state, this thing can take over. If you haven't given the framework, you haven't created given a blueprint or etched the possibilities, into the mind, then it's not available to you. Except through maybe accident. But that's not the same. So even in a trance state, you're not really likely, you will use the resources you have better, maybe. But you will not use resources that you do not have. So, yeah, you have to... it can only communicate with you in terms that you understand. So hell and the lake of fire, now that I understand that consciousness comes from the sun, right? What is the Latin for the sun? S-O-L. What is the soul? S-O-U-L. It is soul, S-O-L, with you in it, soul, right? You emanate from the sun, from the light. There is now evidence that it is density of the magnetite in our brains that gives coherence to the electromagnetic field, and that's where our consciousness comes from, and that's why we have a higher state of consciousness than other animals that have smaller magnetite crystals and much, much less of them, or almost none. And so that all adds up, right? If that's true, nothing has the density that the sun has. So if it's true that that is where consciousness comes from and how it becomes ordered, to a high degree of sophistication, the sun would be super conscious. Michael Levin actually was suggesting that he didn't say it directly because I think he's trying to protect his reputation as a serious scientist and he doesn't want to blow it. Jung did this too, downplaying his admiration of Crowley, and this isn't loading. Because he knew that was a bad association to make. The Internet Archive always loads. But he was suggesting that he's trying to think of a way to prove panpsychism by figuring out how to communicate with the sun directly. And I'm sure that there's some way to do it. I don't understand why this isn't loading. This site usually... Try another site. I think I got it. Yep, here we go. Maybe not. I just loaded like the cover. Yeah, it's coming. It'll just be a second. These are very important rules to know. If you've never heard this, you should definitely stick around to check it out. So one thing that I didn't really talk much about earlier is that one of the major problems with this approach to trying to dovetail science and spirituality is that it is sort of predisposed to abuse, right? People push a lot of pseudoscience, and they make layman's interpretation of data that isn't correct. They misunderstand concepts and the results of experiments, and that does not suit our purposes. So for anyone out there that is, feeling inclined to take responsibility for how a movement is perceived, try not to do that. The slit experiment, for example, is often touted as proof that consciousness has some fundamental role to play in physics, that the probability wave collapses because of observation. That's not really what there's evidence of. What there is evidence of is that the measurement could impact the reality. But the argument then is, what makes a measurement without consciousness? So, all right, let's see if this is loaded. Oh, yeah, here we go. There is a Greek line from Pythagoras here that I would love to translate, but I can't copy it. It won't allow me to do that. Okay, so wherever sympathetic magic occurs in pure unadulterated form, it is assumed that in nature one event follows another necessarily and invariably without the intervention of any spiritual or personal agency. Thus, its fundamental conception is identical with that of modern science. Underlying the whole system is a faith, implicit but real and firm, in the order and uniformity of nature. The magician does not doubt that the same causes will always produce the same effects, that the performance of the proper ceremony accompanied by the appropriate spell will inevitably be attended by the desired results, unless indeed his incantation should chance to be thwarted and foiled by the more potent charms of another sorcerer. That's how I feel about my entire life. Because COVID, it really just derailed everything, and I really never managed to put it back on track. At least not consistent with the purpose of playing music professionally, which is where things were headed, it seemed. He supplicates no higher power. He sues the favor of no fickle and wayward being. He abuses himself before no awful deity. And that's important. The Shuar, who I practice ayahuasca in the style of, I guess, and they call it the Shuar way, they do not prostrate themselves on the ground when they pray. They say you sit up and, I've actually been kicked by a Shuar shaman because I was laying down, because it was just I just felt sick and overwhelmed, and I was laying down and he just came over and kicked my boot, like, sit up, motherfucker, what are you doing, They're not really, like, gentle like the Shipibo. It's not like that. Pretty intense characters. But, you are equal to the will of the Most High God. You are the Most High God. You do not regard a cell or a fingernail. Like, is this fingernail is it higher than this fingernail? This is the way of the universe. This consciousness exploded into fragments. The, sphere became billions of spheres, bubbles, and, they're all just fragments of this thing. And so your will is sovereign and equal to any other. And that is, of course, contrary to the slave mentality religions. Yet his power, great as he believes it to be, is by no means arbitrary or unlimited. He can wield it only so long as he strictly conforms to the rules of his art, or what may be called the laws of nature as conceived by him. To neglect these rules, to break these laws in the smallest particular, is to incur failure, and may even expose the unskillful practitioner himself to the utmost peril. If he claims a sovereignty over nature, it is a constitutional sovereignty rigorously limited in its scope and exercised in exact conformity with ancient usage. Thus, the analogy between the magical and the scientific conceptions of the world is close. In both of them, the succession of events is perfectly regular and certain, being determined by immutable laws, the operation of which can be foreseen and calculated precisely. The elements of caprice, of chance, and of accident are banished from the course of nature. Both of them open up a seemingly boundless vista of possibilities to him who knows the causes of things and can touch the secret springs that set in motion the vast and intricate mechanisms of the world. Hence the strong attraction which magic and science alike have exercised on the human mind. Hence the powerful stimulus that both have given to the pursuit of knowledge. They lure the weary inquirer, the foot-sure seeker, on through the wilderness of disappointment in the present by their endless promises of the future. They take him up to the top of an exceedingly high mountain and show him, beyond the dark clouds and rolling mists at his feet, a vision of the celestial city. Far off it may be, but radiant with unearthly splendor, bathed in the light of dreams. There was something I wanted to comment on, but I don't remember. Just a second. I gotta. Okay, so let's continue on with this next section. This book is for all, for every man, woman, and child. My former work has been misunderstood and its scope limited by my use of technical terms. It has attracted only too many dilettantes and eccentrics, weaklings seeking in magic an escape from reality, which is the most common reason that people pursue spirituality at all. I myself was first consciously drawn to the subject in this way, and it has repelled only too many scientific and practical minds, such as I most designed to influence. But magic is for all. I have written this book to help the banker, the pugilist, the biologist, the poet, the navy, the grocer, the factory girl, the mathematician, stenographer, golfer, wife, and consulate, and all the rest to fulfill themselves perfectly, each in his or her own proper function. Let me explain in a few words how it came about that I blazoned the word magic upon the banner that I have borne before me all my life. Before I touched my teens, I was already aware that I am the beast whose number is 666. I did not understand in the least what that implied. It was passionately ecstatic sense of identity. His mother called him that when he was 4, and that's actually what he's referencing. In my 3rd year at Cambridge, I devoted myself consciously to the great work, understanding thereby the work of becoming a spiritual being, free from the constraints, accidents, and deceptions of material existence. I found myself at a loss for a name to designate my work, just as Blavatsky, some years earlier, theosophy, spiritualism, occultism, mysticism, all involved undesirable connotations. I chose, therefore, the name magic, and swore to rehabilitate the image of magic, to identify it with my own career, and to compel mankind to respect, love, and trust that which they scorned, hated, and feared, and I have kept my word. But the time has now come for me to carry my banner into the thick of the press of human life. I must make magic the essential factor in the life of all. In presenting this book to the world, I must then explain and justify my position by formulating a definition of magic and setting forth its main principles in such a way that all may understand instantly that their souls, lives, and every relation with every other human being and every circumstance depend upon magic. 1. Definition. Magic is the science and art of causing change to occur in conformity with will. It is something that, earlier I was talking about how everything is, the mundane is extraordinary, and that we become conditioned to neglect that. So when I move my hand around, I am using mind to move matter. And I am compelling wind to influence and inform, to carry information to other people. I am using an elemental force to communicate. We take these things for granted, just as we take the little flowers and bugs that we walk by every day for granted. And if we were to stop and allow ourselves to marvel at them, we would be find ourselves tumbling down Alice's rabbit hole and entering into a world of psychedelic wonder, which it really, everything is. When people tell me that miracles are impossible, it's like, well, have you ever been to the universe? What do you mean? The most impossible, improbable, impractical, ridiculous thing has already occurred. So what do you mean? What is off limits? I don't understand. But it is also true that in order to effect a change, you must understand the conditions that are required. So an illustration would be is that if it is my will to inform the world of certain facts within my knowledge, I must take magical weapons, pens, ink, and paper, and write incantations, these sentences, in the magical language, which is that which is understood by the people I wish to instruct, and call forth spirits, known as printers, publishers, booksellers, and so forth, and constrain them to convey my message to those people. The composition and distribution of this book is an act of magic by which I cause changes to take place in conformity with my will. 2. The postulate. Any required change may be effected by the application of the proper kind and degree of force in the proper manner, through the proper medium, to the proper object. Any required change may be effected by the application of the proper kind and degree of force in the proper manner, through the proper medium, to the proper object. An illustration being that if I wish to prepare an ounce of chloride of gold, I must take the right kind of acid, nitrohydrochloric and no other, in sufficient quantity and an adequate strength, and place it in a vessel which will not break, leak, or corrode in such a manner as will not produce undesirable results with the necessary quantity of gold, and so forth. Every change has its own conditions. In the present state of our knowledge and power, some changes are not possible in practice. We cannot cause eclipses, for instance, or transform lead into tin. Actually, we can do that now. Or create men from mushrooms. That's not too far off either. But it is theoretically possible to cause in any object any change of which that object is capable by nature, and the conditions are covered by the above postulate. It is theoretically possible to cause in any object any change of which that object is capable by nature, and the conditions are covered by the above postulate. Now, this is why it is so important to condition yourself out of the equation. If you have any self-esteem, or you have ideas of your own limitations that prevent you from following that formula. If you follow the formula, it is ensured that you absolutely will succeed at effecting the change, assuming that you have totally conformed to the postulate that any required change may be effected by the application of the proper kind and degree of force in the proper manner through the proper medium to the proper object. If you fail, it only proves that one or more conditions of the postulate have not been fulfilled. Every intentional act is a magical act. This is the theorems. Part 3. Every intentional act is a magical act. By intentional, I mean willed. But even unintentional acts, so seeming, are not truly so, because they are the subconscious acting. Thus, breathing is an act of the will to live. In one sense, magic may be defined as the name given to the science by the vulgar. And so, another practice that is one of the reasons why conscious breathing is so powerful, and this is something that I don't hear mentioned a lot, is that you are reversing the rules by making a normally unconscious process conscious, especially when you consider that the mind works in a symbolic language. When you make the breath conscious, the breath is a symbol of the life force. So you are making your life a conscious process that you can control. And this is one of the secrets to why breath work can be so effective at assisting the magician. Particularly pranayama. For both mind and body alike, there is no purgative, like pranayama. Every successful act is conformed to the postulate. Every failure proves that one or more requirements of the postulate have not been fulfilled. There may be a failure to understand the case, as when a doctor makes an incorrect diagnosis and his treatment injures his patient. There may be failure to apply the right kind of force, as when Neanderthal tries to blow out an electric light. There may be failure to apply the right degree of force, as when a wrestler has his hold broken. There may be failure to apply the force in the right manner, as when one presents a check at the wrong window of the bank. There may be failure to employ the correct medium, as when Leonardo da Vinci found his masterpiece fade away. The force may be applied to an unsuitable object, as when one tries to crack a nut or crack a stone thinking that it is a nut. The first requisite for causing any change is thorough qualitative and quantitative understanding of the conditions. This is the most common failure in life, being the ignorance of one's own true will, or by the means of which to fulfill that will. A man may fancy himself a painter and waste his life trying to become one, or he may really be a painter and yet fail to understand and to measure the difficulties peculiar to that career. So, for example, when I was younger and I had the objective of becoming at least like cult, following level, successful musician, definitely was not really interested in like mainstream success, because if that happened, fine. But you know what I mean? I don't really, it was not my objective. But to sustain myself that way, sure. But I did not understand the peculiarities of that career. I didn't know how to think of it as a business, and I kind of refused to try to monetize it properly. And And then also, I did not make all of the changes internally that were necessary in order to receive that sort of gift. I didn't believe that I could do it. So deep down inside, on some level, it's like I knew I could, but I also thought I couldn't. Even when the universe was proving that I could, when I had somebody with major label connections offering to co-write a song with me to help me get started, to get a recording into the right hands. I had a band with a savant bass player, and we would go and play open mics, and people were throwing money at us. And the bartender said, in 20 years, I've never seen anyone at this open mic throw money at an act on an open mic night. And then Brian and I are like picking our money up off the floor and going, well, man, I don't know if we could really do this seriously. Like, your psychology, man, it's just, it's crazy how, you really have to do the psychotherapeutic processes before engaging in all this stuff as well. You have to eliminate self-sabotaging tendencies or whatever. If you have those, you probably do. Most people do, I think, to some extent. And it's not even you. It's actually an expression of the natural tendency of the universe acting through people. This is why most people undo all of their progress, right? One step forward, one step back, one step forward, one step back, one step forward, one step back. This is the natural pendulum swing. This is the act of creation and destruction. It's just the universe expressing itself through you. So this is why becoming super conscious and really developing an awareness of a good mindfulness practice, especially because you sort of have to overcome the natural impulses that the laws of the universe are really exerting this like pressure and influence on you, on top of whatever psychological elements you might be contending with. And so the second requisite of causing any change is the practical ability to set in right motion the necessary forces. A banker may have a perfect grasp of a given situation, yet lack the quality of decision or the assets necessary to take advantage of it. Yeah, so, this is another reason that people give up at magic, fail at magic. You have to have conduits for the ideas, for the energy, for the stuff to materialize. If you do not set up the real world conditions, you can't make impossible stuff happen. No one can. No one's magic is that good. That's not how it works. You're not trying to do impossible things. You're trying to increase the probability that you will have success in some arena, but you're not trying to override the laws of nature. You're trying to work with them in order to succeed at something. Every man and woman is a star. That is to say, every human being is intrinsically an independent individual with its own proper character and proper motion. Stars do not have collisions. And that is why, Crowley was suggesting that this idea of re-engineering people so that they live for their true purpose, to discover their true purpose, and then to execute that true purpose. He even suggested back in the early 1900s that children should be allowed to pursue the subjects of interest rather than being, having subjects foisted upon them and this kind of cookie cutter, one size fits all approach to education. And multiple studies have confirmed that that's absolutely true. And so, if we were to stop doing that and re-engineered society around the sort of thinking, obviously there would be tremendous benefit at all levels for all people. And really, that's what the internet should be doing. It's part of the reason why there's such a concerted effort to create like vapid, bland, meaningless entertainment like Taylor Swift and all of it. Really. Every man and every woman has a course, depending partly on the self and partly on the environment, which is natural and necessary for each. Anyone who is forced from his own course, either through not understanding himself or through external opposition, comes into conflict with the order of the universe and suffers accordingly. Every man and every woman has a course, depending partly on the self and partly upon the environment, which is natural and necessary for each. Anyone who is forced from his own course, either through not understanding himself or through external opposition, comes into conflict with the order of the universe and suffers accordingly. That is exactly what happened to me when I left California and abandoned my band and came down to South America. I had experienced nothing but pronoia for a decade, where no matter how badly I messed up the universe, would reformulate the circumstances so they were exactly what I needed. And I had finally really orchestrated everything to exactly what I needed. And then my mom killed herself and I met Enrica and fled to California. Had I not been in a compromised state due to my mom's suicide and the fact that we had an argument right before it happened, I would have just told Enrica that if she wanted to be with me, she had to come to California. I never would have left. So it was just like, this convergence of circumstance that, it's still my fault for, I some part of me had to know that I couldn't allow myself to be derailed. And all of you out there will experience the same thing. And especially the more intense your purpose is and the more aligned you are with it, the further you are on your path, the more energy, I guess, is moving. If it crashes, the bigger the chaostrophe that ensues. A man may think it is his duty to act in a certain way through having a fancy picture of himself instead of investigating his actual nature. For example, a woman may make herself miserable for life by thinking that she prefers love to social consideration, or vice versa. One woman may stay with an unsympathetic husband when she would really be happy in an attic with a lover, while another may fool herself into a romantic elopement when her only two pleasures are those of presiding at fashionable functions. Again, a boy's instinct may tell him to go to sea, while his parents insist on him becoming a doctor. In such a case, he will be both unsuccessful and unhappy in medicine. A man whose conscious will is at odds with his true will is wasting his strength. He cannot hope to influence his environment efficiently or sufficiently. Illustration: when civil war rages in a nation, it is in no condition to undertake the invasion of other countries. That is why there is so much propaganda aimed at the United States right now. Enrica. She had her headphones on, I think. The dog was going nuts and you didn't come her way. Remember, were you here? Somebody came to the gate and she was losing her mind and I couldn't get up. So, sorry, we had an incident with the pit bull earlier and just didn't want it to repeat. So that's why there's so much propaganda directed at the United States right now, a nation who is divided against itself. How ironic. United we stand, divided we fall. They're divided, they're falling. It's just like, it's the dumbest spectacle in human history almost. Maybe not even almost. A man with cancer employs his nourishment alike to his own use and to that of the enemy, which is part of himself. He soon fails to resist the pressure of his environment. In practical life, a man who is doing what his conscience tells him to be wrong will do it very clumsily at first. A man who is doing his true will has the inertia of the universe to assist him. The first principle of success in evolution is that the individual should be true to his own nature and at the same time adapt himself to his environment, which is the true understanding actually of Darwinian evolution that a lot of people get wrong. They say it's the survival of the fittest. It's not. It's survival of the most adaptable. We can see that in the world at large because, there are a lot of highly successful people that are definitely not the fittest. They just were able to adapt to circumstances. Nature is a continuous phenomena, though we do not know in all cases how things are connected. Human consciousness depends on the properties of protoplasm, the existence of which depends on innumerable physical conditions peculiar to this planet. and this planet is determined by the mechanical balance of the whole universe of matter. We may then say that our consciousness is causally connected with the remotest galaxies, yet we do not know even how it arises from or with the molecular changes in the brain. It's interesting that he said that our consciousness may be causally connected with the remotest galaxies, when now, in fact, we do know that the electrons that make up the electromagnetic signals in our brain are literally connected to the remotest galaxies, and that there is an instantaneous response from any entangled particle, regardless of the distance. Science enables us to take advantage of the continuity of nature by the empirical application of certain principles, whose interplay involves different orders of idea connected with each other in a way beyond our present comprehension. We are able to light cities by rule of thumb methods. We do not know what consciousness is, or how it is connected with muscular action, what electricity is, or how it is connected with the machines that generate it. And our methods depend on calculations involving mathematical ideas which have no correspondence in the universe as we know it. That's something that really flies in the face of the Pythagorean Illuminati, who, by the way, when I first encountered their material, I thought, this is really good, but the more I've looked at it, there are so many logical fallacies and a priori assumptions, and it's not. The only stuff of value that is found in that work that I've seen so far already exists in the works of all of the adepts that came before them. It's like they just kind of took all that, didn't credit anyone, and then added all the stuff that they have rebranded to try to make it look like they're advancing things, but as far as I can tell, if anything, they're undoing progress. Definitely my opinion has gone from positive to neutral to unfavorable. Involving mathematical ideas which have no correspondence in the universe as we know it. And basically, like they say, that the universe is made of math, and math is a language that we have developed to describe things. It's not a thing. And when he said, we can use electricity, but we don't know what it is, that's actually true, because the only real definition of energy that we have from the point of view of science is that it's the ability to do work. There is no substance that is energy. A lot of people think that it's like a substance that's like flowing invisibly everywhere, and in a way that's true, but if you actually try to pin down like what is there's movement, there's a charge, but there's nothing really there. Just as the table is mostly empty space, the energy that is doing work apparently is nothing. A generation ago, it was supposed theoretically... Oh, no, excuse me, I gotta go back. Man is ignorant of the nature of his own being and powers. Even his idea of his limitations is based on experience of the past, and every step in his progress extends his empire. There is therefore no reason to assign theoretical limits to what he may be or what he may do. A generation ago, it was supposed theoretically impossible that man should ever know the chemical composition of the fixed stars. It is known that our senses are adapted to receive only an infinitesimal fraction of the possible rates of vibration, less than 1% of the full spectrum of light. Modern instruments have enabled us to detect some of these three supersensibles by indirect methods, and even to use their peculiar qualities in the service of man, as is the case of the rays of Hertz. As Tyndall said, man might at any moment learn to perceive and utilize vibrations of all conceivable and inconceivable kinds. The question of magick is a question of discovering and employing hitherto unknown forces in nature. We know that they exist, and we cannot doubt the possibility of mental or physical instruments capable of bringing us into relationship with them. We use invisible influences and forces all the time, and yet science likes to deny the possibility that there are none that they haven't discovered, and also they refuse to acknowledge the fact that some of them could be intelligent. I think that's probably not that likely. It's probably a very low kind of base level of awareness that exists in the field, external of physical beings. The thing about the law of necessity is that everything is as it is because it must be that way and no other, or it couldn't exist, right? In the Pythagorean Illuminati, they call this the law of sufficient reason. But again, it already existed as the law of necessity. So we are physical for a reason. And I think that has to do with the magnetite in our head and the way that it gives structure to the field so that we can have a more sophisticated kind of consciousness. Every man is more or less aware that his individuality comprises several orders of existence, even when he maintains that his subtler principles are merely symptomatic of the changes in his gross vehicle. A similar order may be assumed to extend throughout nature. One does not confuse the pain of toothache with the decay which causes it. Inanimate objects are sensitive to certain physical forces, such as electrical and thermal conductivity, but neither in us nor in them, as far as we know, is there any direct conscious perception of these forces. Imperceptible influences are therefore associated with all material phenomena, and there is no reason why we should not work upon matter through those subtle energies as we do through their material bases. In fact, we use magnetic force to move iron and solar radiation to reproduce images. Man is capable of being and using anything which he perceives, for everything that he perceived is in a certain sense part of his being. He may thus subjugate the whole universe of which he is conscious to his individual will. Man has used the idea of God to dictate his personal conduct, to obtain power over his fellows, to excuse his crimes, and for innumerable other purposes, including that of realizing himself as God. He has used the irrational and unreal conceptions of mathematics to help him in the construction of mechanical devices. He has used his moral force to influence the actions even of wild animals. He has employed poetic genius for political purposes. That's actually a rather powerful paragraph if you consider the irrational and unreal conceptions of mathematics allowing us to construct mechanical devices and our moral force to influence the action of wild animals. Every force in the universe is capable of being transformed into any other kind of force by using suitable means. There is thus an inexhaustible supply of any peculiar or particular kind of force that we may need. And this is why blood sacrifice is absolutely stupid. You do not need to sacrifice a living thing in order to get a certain type of energy. If you're actually a magician, you can transform any type of energy of which there's unlimited quantities into whatever type it is that you need. And so there's no reason for blood sacrifice or to, any of that stuff. It's completely and totally superstitious evil. There's no point at all to it. Heat may be transformed into light and power by using it to drive dynamos. The vibration of the air may be used to kill men by so ordering them in speech as to inflame warlike passions. The hallucinations connected with the mysterious energies of sex result in the perpetuation of the species. The application of any given force affects all the orders of being which exist in the object to which it is applied, whichever of those orders is directly affected. If I strike a man with a dagger, his consciousness, not his body only, is affected by my act, although the dagger, as such, has no direct relation therewith. Similarly, the power of my thought may so work on the mind of another person so as to produce far-reaching physical changes in him or in others through him. A man may learn to use any force so as to serve any purpose by taking advantage of the above theorems. A man may use a razor to make himself vigilant over his speech, by using it to cut himself whenever he unguardedly utters a chosen word. He may serve the same purpose by resolving that every incident of his life shall remind him of a particular thing, making every impression the starting point of a connected series of thoughts ending in that thing. He might also devote his whole energy into some particular object by resolving to do nothing at variance with, and to make every act turn to the advantage of that object. That is the golden rule of Thelema. The magician may attract to himself any force of the universe by making himself a fit receptacle for it, establishing a connection with it, and arranging conditions so that its nature compels it to flow towards him. If I want pure water to drink, I dig a well in a place where there's underground water, I prevent it from leaking away, and I arrange to take advantage of water's accordance with the laws of hydrostatics to fill it. And this observation of nature and natural law as the allegory for any kind of magical act, this is the fundamental thing that is missing from all of the, the dogmatic religions and all of the out-of-pocket, superstitious, pop culture woo kind of new agey stuff. It really is the missing link in the evolution of spiritual theories. Healing that void, filling that vacuum is essential to our survival at this point as a species. We will go mad without correcting our trajectory. We are going mad. Man's sense of himself as separate from and opposed to the universe is a bar to his conducting its currents. Man's sense of himself as separate from and opposed to the universe is a restriction to his conducting its currents. It insulates him. A leader is most successful when he forgets himself and remembers only the cause. Self-seeking engenders jealousies and schism. When the organs of the body assert their presence otherwise than by silent satisfaction, it is a sign that they are diseased. The single exception is the organ of reproduction. Yet, even in this case, its self-assertion bears witness to its dissatisfaction with itself, since it cannot fulfill its function until completed by its counterpart in another organism. Man can only attract and employ the forces for which he is really fitted. You cannot make a silk purse of a sow's ear. A true man of science learns from every phenomena, but nature is dumb to the hypocrite, for in her there is nothing false. There is no limit to the extent of the relations of any man with the universe in essence, for as soon as man makes himself one with any idea, the means of measurement cease to exist. But his power to utilize that force is limited by his mental power and capacity and by the circumstances of his human environment. So there is eternity in all things. And so this practice of samadhi, right? If you're if you're speaking as like an Indian guru would, how they would think about this, oftentimes you'll read in pop culture manuals on this sort of thing that you want to attain samadhi. But an Indian person would actually think, I'm making samadhi on a cat. Excuse the terrible Indian accent, but, I'm making samadhi on a cat. Like, that's how you would think of it. And so what it is, though, is like completely and fully identifying with a single idea. And the two things happen. The dissolution of the self, it's one of the ways of short-circuiting the barrier between the individual and the collective, the universal mind, and actual eternity. Because the all is in the all, not only that, but the cat is infinite. And so you are, by completely identifying with a finite point, you are paradoxically creating a gateway to the infinite. Because of the dual action of the practice of samigati, to utilize the forces by his mental power and the circumstance of his environment. When a man falls in love, the whole world becomes to him nothing but love, boundless and immanent. But his mystical state is not contagious. His fellow men are either amused or annoyed. He can only extend to others the effect which his love has had upon himself by means of his mental and physical qualities. Thus, Catullus, Dante, and Swinburne made their love a mighty power of mankind by virtue of their power to put their thoughts on the subject in musical and eloquent language. Again, Cleopatra and other people in authority molded the fortunes of many other people by allowing love to influence their political actions. The magician, however well he succeed in making contact with the secret sources of energy in nature, can only use them to the extent permitted by his intellectual and moral qualities. Muhammad's intercourse with Gabriel was only effective because of his statesmanship, soldiership, and the sublimity of his command of Arabic. Hertz's discovery of the rays which we now use for wireless telegraphy was sterile and reflected through the minds and wills of the people who could take his truth and transmit it to the world of action by means of mechanical and economic instruments. So in other words, until Hertz could communicate or reflect through the minds of engineers his discovery of the rays, they could not, that it didn't do anything. He did not possess the capacity to make that full connection himself, even though he understood, this thing. Every individual is essentially sufficient to himself, but he is unsatisfactory to himself until he has established himself in his right relation with the universe. A microscope, however perfect, is useless in the hands of savages. A poet, however sublime, must impose himself upon his generation if he is to enjoy and even to understand himself, as theoretically should be the case. And sufficiently essentials. Unsatisfactory when he has established himself. Unsatisfactory to himself until he has established himself in right relation with the universe. Microscope is useless in the hands of savages. That's really good too. A poet, however sublime, must impose himself upon his generation if he is to enjoy and even to understand himself, as theoretically should be the case. Magic is the science of understanding oneself and one's conditions. It is the art of applying that understanding in action. A golf club is intended to move a special ball in a special way in a special circumstance. A niblick should rarely be used on the tee or a brassée under the bank of a bunker. But also the use of any club demands skill and experience. Every man has an indefeasible right to be what he is. To insist that anyone else shall comply with one's own standards is to outrage not only him, but oneself, since both parties are equally born of necessity, and man has the right to kill those who would thwart his will. Every man must do magic each time that he acts or even thinks, since a thought is an internal act whose influence ultimately affects action, though it may not do so at the same time. The least gesture causes a change in a man's own body and in the air around him. It disturbs the balance of the entire universe, and its effects continue eternally throughout all of space, and that is absolutely true. Every word that I'm speaking right now will continue to reverberate on some level through eternity across all of space and time. And its effects continue eternally throughout all space. Every thought, however swiftly suppressed, has its effect on the mind. This is why getting control of the mind and developing mindfulness is so essential. A thought also will reverberate throughout space and time. There is no information lost at the subatomic level. And so on some level, every thought that you have has a permanent effect on both you and the universe at large. Every thought, however swiftly suppressed, has its effect on the mind. It stands as one of the causes of every subsequent thought and tends to influence every subsequent action. A golfer may lose a few yards on his drive, a few more with his second and third. He may lie on the green 6 bare inches too far from the hole, but the net result of these trifling mishaps is the difference of a hole stroke and probably between having and losing the hole. Every man has the right of self-preservation to fulfill himself to the utmost. Men of criminal nature are simply at issue with their true will. The murderer has the will to live, and his will to murder is a false will, at variance with his true will, since he risks death at the hands of society by obeying his criminal impulse. So every man has a right, with that caveat, the right of self-preservation to fulfill himself to the utmost. A function imperfectly performed injures not only itself, but everything associated with it. If the heart is afraid to beat for fear of disturbing the liver is starved for blood and avenges itself on the heart by upsetting digestion, which disorders respiration, on which cardiac welfare depends. Every man should make magic the keynote of his life. He should learn its laws and live by them. The banker should discover the real meaning of his existence, the real motive which led him to choose that profession. He should understand banking as a necessary factor in the economic existence of mankind, instead of merely as a business whose objects are independent of the general welfare. Not very left-hand path sounding, is it? He should learn to distinguish false values from real, and to act not on accidental fluctuations, but on considerations of essential importance. Such a banker will prove himself superior to others because he will not be an individual limited by transitory things, but a force of nature as impersonal, impartial, and eternal as gravity, as patient and irresistible as the tides. His system will not be subject to panic any more than the law of inverse squares is disturbed by an election. He will not be anxious about his affairs because they will not be his, and for that reason he will be able to direct them with the calm, clear-headed confidence of an onlooker with intelligence unclouded by self-interest and power unimpaired by passion. And this is a point that I often make, that when I had all those experiences of the universe assisting me at every step, I think that the reason that it was so uncanny and consistent was partly that I had aligned myself with the greater will and not just my own personal. And the beauty of this kind of thinking is that it allows for individualistic expression. In fact, that is the thing of highest priority. And in our society, we have this kind of idea that you can't prioritize that. That would lead to selfishness and destruction and ruin, and without the counterbalance of this other knowledge that you have to understand yourself in relation to the collective and contextualize yourself as part of one organism, then it is possible for a person to live for their true will without coming into conflict with others. And not only that, but becoming a force of nature that helps to cultivate and preserve the dignity and purpose and health of the collective organism. Every man has a right to fulfill his own will without being afraid that it may interfere with that of others. For if he is in his proper place, it is the fault of others if they interfere with him. If a man like Napoleon were actually appointed by destiny to control Europe, he should not be blamed for exercising his rights. To oppose him would be an error. Anyone so doing would have made a mistake as to his own destiny, except in so far as it might be necessary for him to learn the lessons of defeat. The sun moves in space without interference. The order of nature provides an orbit for each star, and it does so for each human. A clash proves that one or the other has strayed from its course. But as to each man that keeps his true course, the more firmly he acts, the less likely are others to get in his way. His example will help them to find their own paths and pursue them. Every man that becomes a magician helps others to do likewise. The more firmly and surely men move, and the more such action is accepted as the standard of morality, the less will conflict and confusion hamper humanity. The more firmly and surely such men move, the more such action is accepted as the standard, the less there will be less conflict and confusion hampering humanity. I hope that the above principles will demonstrate to all that their welfare, their very existence, is bound up in magic. I trust that they will understand not only the reasonableness, but the necessity of the fundamental truth which I was the means of giving to mankind. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. I trust that they will assert themselves as individually absolute, that they will grasp the fact that it is their right to assert themselves and to accomplish the task for which their nature fits them. Yea, more, that this is their duty, and not only to themselves, but to others, a duty founded upon universal necessity, and not to be shirked on account of any casual circumstances of the moment, which may seem to put such conduct in the light of inconvenience or even of cruelty. I hope that the principles outlined above will help them to understand this book and prevent them from being deterred from its study by the more or less technical language in which it is written. The essence of magic is simple enough in all conscience. It is not otherwise with the art of government. The aim is simply prosperity, but the theory is tangled, and the practice beset with briars. In the same way, magic is merely to be and to do. I should also add to suffer, for magic is the verb, and it is part of the training to use the passive voice. This is, however, a matter of initiation rather than of magic in the ordinary sense. It is not my fault if being is baffling and doing desperate. Yet, once the above principles are firmly fixed in the mind, it is easy enough to sum up the situation very shortly. One must find out for oneself and make sure beyond doubt who one is, what one is, and why one is. This done, one may put the will, which is implicit in the why, into words, or rather into one word. Being thus conscious of the proper course to pursue, the next thing is to understand the conditions necessary to following it out. After that, one must eliminate from oneself every element alien or hostile to success and develop those parts of oneself which are specially needed to control the aforesaid conditions. Let us make an analogy. A nation must become aware of its own character before it can be said to exist. From that knowledge, it must divine its destiny. It must then consider the political conditions of the world, how other countries may help it or hinder it. It must then destroy in itself any elements discordant with its destiny. Lastly, it must develop in itself those qualities which will enable it to combat successfully the external conditions which threaten to oppose its purpose. We have had a recent example in the case of the young German Empire, which, knowing itself and its will, disciplined and trained itself so that it conquered the neighbors which had oppressed it for so many centuries. But after 1866 and 1870, 1914, it mistook itself for superhuman. It willed a thing impossible. It failed to eliminate its own internal jealousies. It failed to understand the conditions of victory. It did not train itself to hold the sea, and thus, having violated every principle of magic, it was pulled down and broken into pieces by provincialism and democracy, so that neither individual excellence nor civic virtue has yet availed to raise it again to that majestic unity which made so bold a bid for the mastery of the race of man. The sincere student will discover behind the symbolic technicalities of this book a practical method of making a magician. The processes described will enable him to discriminate between what he actually is and what he has fondly imagined himself to be. He must behold his soul in all its awful nakedness. He must not fear to look on that appalling actuality. He must discard the gaudy garments which his shame has screened him. He must discard the gaudy garments with which his shame has screened him. He must accept the fact that nothing can make him anything but what he is. He may lie to himself, drug himself, hide himself, but he is always there. Magic will teach him that his mind is playing him traitor. It is as if a man were told that tailors' fashion plates were the canon of human beauty, so that he tried to make himself formless and featureless like them, and shuddered with horror at the idea of Holbein making a portrait of him. Magic will show him the beauty and majesty of the self which he has tried to suppress and disguise. Having discovered his identity, he will soon perceive his purpose. Another process will show him how to make the purpose pure and powerful. He may then learn how to estimate his environment, learn how to make allies, how to make himself prevail against all powers whose error has caused them to wander across his path. In the course of his training, he will learn to explore the hidden mysteries of nature and to develop new senses and faculties in himself whereby he may communicate with and control beings and forces pertaining to orders of existence which have been hitherto inaccessible to profane research and available only to the unscientific and empirical magic of tradition, which I came to destroy in order that I might fulfill the new formulation of magic. The note that Professor Sigmund Freud and his school have in recent years discovered a part of this body of truth which has been taught for many centuries in the sanctuaries of initiation, but failure to grasp the fullness of truth especially that implied in my sixth theorem and its corollaries, has led him and his followers into the error of admitting that the avowedly suicidal censor is the proper arbiter of conduct. Official psychoanalysis is therefore committed to upholding a fraud, although the foundation of the science was the observation of the disastrous effects on the individual of being false to his unconscious self, whose writing on the wall in dream language is the record of the sum of the essential tendencies of the true nature of the individual. The result has been that psychoanalysts have misinterpreted life and announced the absurdity that every human being is essentially an antisocial, criminal, and insane animal. It is evident that the errors of the unconscious of which the psychoanalysts complain are neither more or less than the original sin of the theologians whom they despise so heartily. So in other words, Sigmund Freud and the psychoanalysis, Jung, they were starting to uncover the fact that there's this true will and subconscious, and that dreams are a gateway to that. And actually, the probationer in most secret societies is required to record dreams upon awakening immediately, every day for at least a year. And really, this process should continue throughout life. And one of the things that you will find is that there are precognitions that are lodged in those dreams. And rather than having this foggy recollection, like, oh, did I really, dream that? You have certainty because you wrote it down, and you don't have to wonder. I send this book into the world that every man and woman may take hold of his life in the proper manner. It does not matter if one's present house of flesh be the hut of a shepherd. By virtue of my magic, he shall be such a shepherd as David was. If it be the studio of a sculptor, he shall so chisel from himself the marble that masks his idea that he shall be no less a master than Rodin. Witness mine hand to Megatherion, the beast 666, Magus 9 equals to AA, who is the word of the Aeon, Thelema, whose name is VVVVV, 8 degree equals 3rd degree, AA, in the city of the pyramids, in the mountain of Abignus, but Frater Perturabo in the outer order of the AA, and in the world of men upon the earth, Aleister Crowley of Trinity College, Cambridge. Was all that titling really necessary? But it is, damn, that's some solid shite. See if I even still have an audience here. Oh wow, we managed to hold quite a few, you guys. It's not really the easiest material. Man, this chat is really moving here. I thought, isn't the algorithm supposed to push the stream out if the chat is like really active? Look at this. You guys are just... So yeah, by the way, if you guys have any AMA stuff, I am here for that. Also, please consider supporting the channel. We are undertaking some incredibly financially difficult projects, and I have no choice but to do my will, so I have to. But we are demonetized, and so we get nothing from YouTube, and I spend hours and hours and hours attempting to illuminate all of you wonderful people out there. So join my Patreon and my Discord, and the Discord is free. We're really starting to create community over time. People are networking and sharing skill sets, and the Patreon, you get access to 5 years of secret streams and other secret material. So otherwise you can, there's PayPal, Zelle, and Cash App. So we really do appreciate that. Yeah, all right. So let's get back into this. That was incredibly Good. I hope a lot of people watch this on the. It never ceases to impress me reading this particular section of this book. It also never ceases to amaze me how inconsistent I have been in my own practice of following this. The Magical Theory of the Universe, Chapter 0. There are three main theories of the universe: dualism, monism, and nihilism. It is impossible to enter into a discussion of their relative merits in a popular manual of this sort. They may be studied in Erdmann's History of Philosophy and similar treatises. All are reconciled and unified in this theory, which we shall now set forth. The basis of this harmony is given in Crowley's Bereshit, which is the first word of the Bible in the beginning, and to which reference should be made. Infinite space is called the goddess Nuit, while the infinitely small and atomic yet omnipresent point is called Hadit. These are unmanifest. One conjunction of these infinities is called Rahor Kuit, a unity which includes and heads all things. That's an interesting possibility there that I hadn't really considered. I've been thinking about, like, I almost, like a couple months ago, it hit me like, what is energy really, And then I look up the scientific definition, and it's the ability to do work. And I'm like, well, what the fuck is that? And I'm thinking, well, there's got to be a better definition. So I was looking everywhere. There's nothing. No one knows what it is. There's nothing there. And so I've been going like, what is it that's doing the work? Well, if it's an infinitely small point, and it's funny that Nuit and Hadit are like, knew it, had it. That is great too. Yeah, so anyways, that infinitely small point, that's why there's nothing there, then something's still happening. If it's infinitely small, it's going to be a minute before we can chase it down and pinpoint it. There's also a particular nature of Rahor Kuit in certain conditions, such as have obtained since the spring of 1904 Era Vulgaris, which is when he wrote the Book of the Law. This profoundly mystical conception is based on actual spiritual experience, but the trained reason can reach a reflection of this idea by the method of logical contradiction, which ends in reason transcending itself. The reader should consult The Soldier and the Hunchback and Coxomb Pox. Yeah, we should look up Coxomb Pox and go through that some night. Unity transcends consciousness. It is above all division. The father of thought, the word, is called chaos. The dyad, the number 3, the mother, is called Babylon. In connection with this, the reader should study the Temple of Solomon the King. The first triad is essentially unity, in a manner transcending reason. The comprehension of this trinity is a matter of spiritual experience. All true gods are attributed to this trinity. An immeasurable abyss divides it from all manifestations of reason or the lower qualities of man. In the ultimate analysis of reason, we find all reason identified with the abyss. Yet this abyss is the crown of the mind. Purely intellectual faculties all obtain here. This abyss has no number, for in it is all confusion. Below this abyss, we find the moral qualities of man, of which there are 6. The highest is symbolized by the number 4. Its nature is fatherly. Mercy and authority are the attributes of its dignity. The number 5 is balanced against it. The attributes of 5 are energy and justice. 4 and 5 are again combined and harmonized in the number 6. 6, whose nature is beauty and harmony, mortality and immortality. In the number 7, the feminine nature is again predominant. But it is the masculine type of female, the Amazon, who is balanced in the number 8 by the feminine type of male. In the number 9, we reach the last of the purely mental qualities. It identifies change with stability. Pendant to this 6-fold system is the number 10, which includes the whole of matter as we know it by the senses. It is impossible here to explain thoroughly the complete conception, for it cannot be too clearly understood that this is a classification of the universe, that there is nothing which is not comprehended therein. The article on the Kabbalah in Volume 1, Number 5 of the Equinox is the best which has been written on the subject. It should be deeply studied. Such is a crude and elementary sketch of this system. The formula of Tetragrammaton is the most important for the practical magician. Actually, I'll share something about the Tetragrammaton, which, is pretty amazing. The each one of the letters represents a bunch of different things, numbers, the king, queen, prince and princess, and the four elements. And so the letter Shin is the letter that represents spiritual fire. And if you take that Shin and descend down from heaven and place it in the center of the Tetragrammaton, you get the Pentagrammaton, which is a 5-letter word that, if spoken, read aloud, is Yoshua, Savior. So the material is redeemed and brought to life by spiritual fire. Kind of hard to write that off. That's just like, whoever designed Hebrew didn't do that deliberately, you know? I mean, that's one of the reasons that I've always kind of suspected that the Hebrews actually encountered some sort of alien or interdimensional being when they were running around in the desert, and that thing, they describe it as flying around in a metal tent. And, you know, when it lands, only Moses is allowed to see its face. You have to come stand behind it if you piss it off, and flames come out and incinerate you. And it knows about diseases. You know, it's telling people don't sleep with people's sores and stuff. And if you're like this ancient tribal dude and you see a UFO flying around, a metal tent, you know, there's a thing living in it, and it's like... and so I suspect that Hebrew comes to us from some sort of... much more evolved intelligence, because it's just got too many weird properties like that. Okay, the balance of the Sephirot, and this stuff is pretty important. Keter is in Malkut, and Malkut is in Keter, but after another manner. The reason that statement is so incredibly eerie and profound is that Keter is light, and Malkut is matter. And so when Keter pierces through the 3 veils of negative existence, it enters into the Sephirah, and it travels down through them and combines in various ways to produce different effects and different modalities of consciousness that constitute the overall body or mind of the Adam Kadmon, the universal man, right? And it crystallizes at the bottom in matter, and then at the end, it returns back to Keter as light, which is, according to quantum loop theory, exactly what's happening in the universe. It is... Enrico, would you give me water? Maybe even like a little, no, like some kind of food. What was I saying? Okay, yeah. So Keter comes down, crystallizes, returns. That's literally what is in the Kabbalah, you know. And for sure, all matter is light in a standing wave. So it is 100% true that is what happened. And in fact, if you look at the Kabbalistic tree of life, you'll notice there's an inverted pentagram implied in the center of it. And that has long been considered a symbol of evil, but that is only because of the Gnostics and the fact that they perceived the descent of light and consciousness into matter as a trap and a trick of the Demiurgos. 92 views and only 3 likes, man. That is fucked up. Y'all can't be doing that shit to me, man. I'm already demonetized. I'm talking to the shorts feed, by the way. Yeah, guys in the other room are doing great with the likes. I have a very good soil. I don't think this is a frivolous effort. I'm going to go ahead and, yeah, the course I'm taking in AI is online. I'm going to go ahead and assume you meant soul and say thank you. That I have a very good soil. I've shat myself very nicely. My light crystallized as matter in a foul fashion. But anyways, that's wild, right? That the light, it travels down and crystallizes and goes back in this like 2,000-year-old diagram. I mean, people say that it's only 200 years old and that it actually is not really ancient, but that's not true. It definitely existed in Babylonia and Syria, although the design was a little bit different. The idea was identical. So no, the Kabbalah is not 200 years old. Is that not English? Disappear everet finger. I'm not sure what to make of that. Let me check in with the other chat too. It's just moving so fast. If there are questions, I'm having a hard time. I'm having a hard time seeing if there's. What is the name of the book? It was Magick in Theory and Practice by Aleister Crowley. Yeah, everybody, what is the name of that book? Let me see. Where's... okay. Yeah, and you guys, don't forget the virtual tip jar. It loves you. It sustains me. Okay, so we were talking about Keter is in Malkut and Malkut is in Keter, but after another fashion. And that part is interesting as well because matter is light in a standing wave. So it is light, but it's light in another manner, right? And light is, I don't want to say a property of it, it's produced by an electromagnetic function, right? So the electromagnetic wave is the basis of matter, but it's not exactly the same as a table, right? So Keter is in Malkut, and Malkut is in Keter, but after another fashion, and as above, so below. So that's what I mean about this, like, scientific-ish. It's not the kind of pseudoscience that you see in, like, the New Age movement, where you have this fake Japanese scientist that pretends that taping words to bottles makes ice crystals, that when he actually just took snowflakes and took pictures of them and lied about the whole thing. It wasn't real. And then when he dyed the slide that said, I hate you, fuck you, or whatever, and it was all green and yellow and obviously had oils mixed in it and shit, it was like, oh my God, dude, this is so... You can't tamper with your fucking slides, if you want it to be a legitimate experiment. So that was just so goddamn stupid. But you know what I mean? This is not that. It's a lot more convincing, I think, than the pop culture bastardizations of physics and that dumbass Japanese fake scientist guy. I mean, it got me for a second, until I saw the slide that had been dyed and obviously had oils in it, and I was like, nah, dude. So... I'm going to skip that. All of these numbers are, of course, parts of the magician himself considered as the microcosm. The microcosm is an exact image of the macrocosm. The great work is the raising of the whole man in perfect balance to the power of infinity. The reader will remark that all criticism directed against the magical hierarchy is futile. One cannot call it incorrect. The only line to take might be that it was inconvenient. In the same way, one cannot say that the Roman alphabet is better or worse than the Greek, since all required sounds can be more or less satisfactorily represented by either. Yet both these alphabets were found so little satisfactory when it came to an attempt at phonetic printing of Oriental languages that the alphabet had to be expanded by the use of italics and other diacritical marks. In the same way, our magical alphabet of the Sephirot and the paths, 32 letters as it were, has been expanded into the four worlds corresponding to the four letters of the name Yod-He-Vav-He. But they're not just... the four letters of the Tetragrammaton. They are also the four worlds of the soul. And then there are actually different trees of life for each of the worlds, and then there is also a clipotic tree of life that is the inverse of all of those. And they're sometimes cast in an evil light, but it's actually just like the balancing, characteristics. Each Sephirah is supposed to contain a tree of life of its own. Each Sephirah, I've never heard this before. This is a whole different, and that really blows the numbers up. Thus, we obtain 400 Sephirot instead of the original 10, and the paths being capable of similar multiplications, or rather of division, the number is still further extended. Oh, the microcosm. The multiverse. Sorry, the multiverse. Because the implication, of course, is that if you have one for each of the Sephirot, and then you have 10 more, then all of those also would have 10, and it would go on and on infinitely. And so you would have a tree of life that represents every potential variation of every different version of the universe that is conceivable to infinity. So that's fucking wild, but that's what he's talking about. Damn, man, that's crazy as hell. Of course, this process might be indefinitely continued without destroying the original system. The apologia for the system is that our purest conceptions are symbolized in mathematics. God is the great arithmetician. God is the great grand geometer. It is best, therefore, to prepare to apprehend him by formulating our minds according to these measures. It is not possible to give a full account of the 22 paths in this condensed sketch, but they can be studied in view of all their attributes in the book 777, but more especially that in which they are attributed to the planets, elements, and signs, as also to the tarot trumps, while their position on the tree itself and their position as links between the particular Sephirot which they join is the final key to their understanding. It will be noticed that each chapter of this book is attributed to one of them. That was not intentional. The book was, I always assumed he did that on purpose. The book was originally a collection of haphazard dialogues between Frater Perturabo and Sorer A, but on arranging the MSS, they fell naturally and of necessity into this division. Conversely, my knowledge of the schema pointed out to me numerous gaps in my original exposition. Thanks to this, I have been able to make it a complete and systematic treatise. That is, when my laziness had been jogged by the criticism and suggestions of various colleagues to whom I had submitted the early drafts. The apologia for the system is that our purest conceptions are symbolized in mathematics. God is the great arithmetician. God is the great geometer. It is best, therefore, to prepare to apprehend him by formulating our minds according to these measures. To return, each letter of this alphabet may have its special magical sigil. The student must not expect to be given a cut and dried definition of what exactly is meant by any of all of this. On the contrary, he must work backward, putting the whole of his mental and moral outfit into these pigeonholes. You would not expect to be able to buy a filing cabinet with the names of all your past, present, and future correspondents readily indexed. Your cabinet has a system of letters and numbers meaningless in themselves, but ready to take on meaning to you as you fill up the files. As your business increased, each letter and number would receive fresh accessions of meaning for you, and by adopting this orderly arrangement, you would be able to have a much more comprehensive grasp of your affairs than would otherwise be the case. This is how the Kabbalistic tree of life is used. A very boring way of explaining it, but by the use of this system, the magician is able ultimately to unify the whole of his knowledge, to transmute, even on the intellectual plane, the many into the one. The reader can now understand that the sketch given above of the magical hierarchy is hardly even an outline of the real theory of the universe. This theory may indeed be studied in an article number 5 of the Equinox and more deeply in the Book of the Law and the commentaries thereon, but the true understanding depends entirely upon the work of the magician himself. Man, he plugs his other books constantly, right? Without magical experience, it will all be meaningless. In this, there is nothing peculiar. It is so with all scientific knowledge. A blind man might cram up astronomy for the purpose of passing examinations, but his knowledge would be almost entirely unrelated to his experience, and it would certainly not give him sight. A similar phenomenon is observed when a gentleman who has taken an honors degree in modern languages at Cambridge arrives in Paris and is unable to order his dinner. To exclaim against the master Therion is to act like a person who, observing this, should attack both the professors of French and the inhabitants of Paris, and perhaps go on to deny the existence of France. And when he said God earlier, God is the grand geometer, God is the great arithmetician. It is best to therefore prepare to apprehend him by formulating our minds according to these measures, the mathematical measures. By God, I mean the ideal identity of a man's inmost nature, something ourselves that makes for righteousness. Righteousness being rightly defined as internal coherence. That's a good one. To exclaiming, oh yeah, we are. Let us say, once again, that the magical language is nothing but a convenient system of classification to enable the magician to docket his experience as he obtains them. Yet this is also true once the language is mastered. One can divine the unknown by study of the known, just as one's knowledge of Latin and Greek enables one to understand some unfamiliar English word derived from those sources. Funny, I said that to someone earlier today. We're kind of arguing about the Pythagorean Illuminati, and in particular this one passage that he sent me that I feel is just a bunch of non sequiturs, a bunch of logical fallacies, one right after the other. None of them having any like link to reason at all, which is kind of typical of their work, I'm afraid. And at some point I was saying that, you know, the only possible knowledge is derived from experience. And he was like, no, there's all kinds of things you can know without having experience from, logic. And that is still experience because it's a formula. If you are truly applying logic, you're applying a formula to extract information from the imperceptible in the present moment, maybe, you know. But you are still deriving it from a pattern that's based on observation. So it is true that the only possible teacher is experience. There's no other way. There's no other way. It's not knowledge. It's not knowledge. If you don't understand it directly, it's not knowledge. You know, one could argue that, you know, I'm not a chemist, but I know that these formulas of chemistry are true. And when there is a path, at least, to confirmation, like you might not be a chemist, you might not understand all of this stuff, but you could combine all those chemicals and see if it's true that whatever, you know, I mean, there's a possible course of confirmation at the very least. So you're not really taking things on faith. You know, there's also the consensus. If you have like a small group of individuals asserting something that's unobservable, you have no reason to believe it. But if you have a large group of people all around the world that all agree, even they speak different languages, they're from different countries, they're different races, but they all agree that certain type of hydrochloric acid will yield hydrochloride of gold, then there's, that's good enough. Also works in the reverse. This is how we know that flat Earth is completely fucking stupid. There would be, and that's not the only way we know. I mean, you can observe a billion things that literally, like, there are dozens of things you can do with the naked eye. That's one of the things that the flat earthers say. You're not saying this from experience. You haven't been to space. You haven't flown over Antarctica. You don't know. In my previous life, I was a biologist that worked specifically on penguin sexuality. So I've been all over Antarctica. Definitely not an ice wall. Metallica played there. You're definitely allowed to go there. They brought fans with them. Like, you actually don't even need permission to go there. I mean, the point is, though, that the fact that there are too many conspirators is a good way to negate any kind of stupid ass theory like that. Thank you, my love. Well, that seems rude of me to... What is this, anyways? It's like apple cobbler or something. Wow. That was like my favorite thing when I was a kid. My mom used to make it. Okay. Further concerning the magical universe. All these letters of the magical alphabet referred to above, which are numbers, trees of life, the pentagrammaton, the tetragrammaton, are like so many names on a map. Man himself is a complete microcosm. Few other beings have this balance to perfection. Of course, every sun, every planet may have beings similarly constituted, but when we speak of dealing with the planets and magic, the reference is usually not to the actual planets, but to parts of the Earth, which are of the nature attributed to these planets. And that brings me to another experience that I had, I guess, yesterday or something, because I watched that Eternalized video and I was like, wow, that's really good. So maybe he can convince me that people know what's up with astrology, because my contention is not that astrology isn't real in the sense that some information can be gleaned from observing the heavenly bodies. But there are no systems of astrology anywhere in the world in different continents that agree with each other. So which one's correct? It's like trying to figure out, like, is Islam real, or is Christianity real, or no. There's truth to it, but the systems themselves are complete bullshit. Astrology almost definitely is also like this, because there is no agreement between different cultures. So that's interesting that he's saying that, it's actually got nothing to do with the planets. Thus, when we say that Nakiel is the intelligence of the sun, we do not mean that he lives in the sun, but only that he has a certain rank and character. And although we can invoke him, we do not necessarily mean that he exists in the same sense of the word in which our butcher exists. Now I know where Robert Anton Wilson stole that. He said the demons of Aleister Crowley's work are real, but they're not real in the same way that the IRS is real. By the way, it is the unanimous conclusion of every single study ever done on nearly every continent over a period of 50 years that the only cultures wherein people are ever affected by demonic possession are cultures that believe in them. So don't be dumb. Don't believe in evil demons. It really is that simple. The vampire, don't invite it into your fucking house. Don't do it. Don't be dumb. It's not hard. Really, really easy. Really easy to understand this. When we conjure Nakiel to visible appearance, it may be that our process resembles creation, or rather, imagination, more nearly than it does calling forth. Think about what he's saying here. This is Aleister Crowley, saying that these things are imagination. Like, pretty huge shock to a lot of people that, none of this stuff is actually what people think. The aura of a man is called the magical mirror of the universe, and so far as anyone can tell, nothing exists outside of the mirror. It is at least convenient to represent the whole as if it were subjective. It leads to less confusion, and as a man is a perfect microcosm, It is perfectly easy to remodel one's conception at any moment. All right, now then he explains, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but now there's the traditional correspondences, which experiment has shown to be fairly reliable. There's a certain natural connection between certain letters, words, numbers, gestures, shapes, perfumes, and so on, so that any idea, as we might call it, spirit, may be composed or called forth by the use of those things which are harmonious with it and express particular parts of its nature. And so that's why if you are going to practice the assumption of a God form, something that David Bowie would actually do on stage. And we had that song, I'm wearing Crowley's uniform, I'm moving closer to the golden dawn. But you didn't know he had that song, did you? But yeah, he was hugely influenced by this stuff. Sting as well said he used to study it 5 hours a day, every day, for years and years and years. But the assumption of God form is very useful to actors and magicians and really any kind of artist, author probably, because the idea is that you're trying to completely identify your consciousness with some kind of archetypal god. So sun god Ra, you put images of him and then make the whole room gold and burn, let's see, like what would be a solar, like grapefruit oils and, solar stuff, all solar stuff everywhere in the room, and solar hymns, and everything you can do completely identify with or Satan or whatever it is that you're wanting to embody. If you're in a heavy metal band, Satan might be a good assumption. Here's he is this only by definition? What? Oh, a man is a perfect microcosm. He is this only by definition. The universe may contain an infinite variety of worlds inaccessible to human apprehension. Yet, for this very reason, they do not exist for the purpose of this argument. Man has, however, some instruments of knowledge. We may therefore define the macrocosm as the totality of things possible to his perception. As evolution develops those instruments, the macrocosm and the microcosm extend, but they always maintain their mutual relation. Neither can possess any meaning except in terms of the other. Our discoveries are exactly as much of ourselves as they are of nature. American electricity did, in a sense, exist before we were aware of them, but they are now no more than incomplete. But they are even now no more than incomplete ideas expressed in symbolic terms of a series of relations between two sets of inscrutable phenomena. We know infinitesimally little of the material universe. Our detailed knowledge is so contemptibly minute that it is hardly worth reference, save that our shame may spur us to increased endeavor. Such knowledge as we have got is of a very general and abstruse nature, of a philosophical and almost magical character. This consists principally of the conception of pure mathematics. It is, therefore, most legitimate to say that pure mathematics is our link with the rest of the universe and with God. Now, the conceptions of magic are themselves profoundly mathematical. The whole basis of our theory is the Kabbalah, which corresponds to mathematics and geometry. The method of operation in magic, is based on this in very much the same way as the laws of mechanics are based on mathematics. So far, therefore, as we can be said to possess a magical theory of the universe, must be a matter solely of fundamental law, with a few simple and comprehensive propositions stated in very general terms. Imagine an inhabitant of Mars who wished to philosophize about the Earth and had nothing to go on but the diary of some man at the North Pole. But the work of every explorer on whatever branch of the tree of life the caterpillar he is after may happen to be crawling is immensely helped by a grasp of general principles. Every magician, therefore, should study the Holy Kabbalah. Once he has mastered the main principles, he will find his work will grow easy. The principles of ritual. What is going on? Why? Jonathan. Checking in with the chat. Did the CIA approach the Golden Dawn to help combat Nazi occultism? Supposedly they actually approached Crowley, not the CIA, but MI5, which I think is British intelligence, right? British intelligence. Yeah, Crowley did a bunch of, 111 views. Intelligence work for MI5. Okay, let's get back to work here. Where were we? Everybody hit the like button, share, subscribe. Join my Patreon. Do it now. Or you can send millions of dollars to one of the options in the chat up at the top. Scroll up to the top of the chat and you will find the PayPal, Zelle, and all of that other fun stuff. Crypto wallet address. All right, the principles of ritual. There is a single main definition of the object of all magical ritual. It is the uniting of the macrocosm with the microcosm. In fact, when you begin the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram, the first operation is to expand and expand and expand and expand until you have merged with the Godhead, which is the macrocosm, which is the Adam Kadmon, right? So you're standing there with your eyes closed, you're doing the fourfold breath, and you're expanding and expanding and expanding and spiggity-spanding and spiggity-spanding and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and looking down at the town getting smaller and smaller, and then the earth smaller and smaller until it's like an atom, and then not even that, it's hadit, and you know, and then you break through the veil and you're the whole thing. So before you even begin, you're supposed to attempt this. It is the uniting of the microcosm and the macrocosm. The supreme and complete ritual is therefore the invocation of the holy guardian angel, or in the language of mysticism, union with God. All other magical rituals are particular cases of this general principle, and the only excuse for doing them is that it sometimes occurs that one particular portion of the microcosm is so weak that its imperfection of impurity would vitiate the macrocosm of which it is an image, etalon, or reflection. For example, God is above sex, and therefore neither man nor woman, as such, can be said to fully understand, or much less to represent, God. It is therefore incumbent on the male magician to cultivate those female virtues in which he is deficient. And this task he must, of course, accomplish without in any way impairing his virility. Facts. It will then be lawful for a magician to invoke Isis and identify himself with her. If he fail to do this, his apprehension of the universe when he attains samadhi will lack the conception of maternity. The result will be a metaphysical and, by corollary, ethical limitation in the religion which he founds. Judaism and Islam are striking examples of this failure. To take another example, the ascetic life which devotion to magic so often involves argues a poverty of nature, a narrowness, a lack of generosity. Nature is infinitely prodigal. Not one in a million seeds ever comes to fruition. Whoso fails to recognize this, let him invoke Jupiter, the teacher. The danger of ceremonial magic, the subtlest and deepest danger, is this: that the magician will naturally tend to invoke that partial being which most strongly appeals to him, so that his natural excess in that direction will be still further exaggerated. See? Too much enthusiasm untempered by wisdom can get you all fucked up. Let him, before beginning his work, endeavor to map out his own being and arrange his invocations in such a way as to redress the balance. This, of course, should have been done in a preliminary fashion during the preparation of the weapons and furniture of the temple. To consider in a more practical manner this question of the nature of ritual, we may suppose that he finds himself lacking in that perception of the value of life and death, alike of individuals and of races, which is characteristic of nature. He has perhaps a tendency to perceive the first noble truth uttered by Buddha, that everything is sorrow. Nature, it seems, is a tragedy. He has perhaps even experienced the great trance called sorrow. He should then consider whether there is not some deity who expresses the cycle, and yet whose nature is joy. He will find that what he requires is Dionysus. There are three main methods of invoking any deity. The first method consists of devotion to that deity, and being mainly mystical in character, need not be dealt with in this place. The second method is the straightforward ceremonial invocation. It is the method which was usually employed in the Middle Ages. Its advantage is its directness. Its disadvantage, crudity. The Goetia gives clear instructions in this method, and so do many other rituals, white and black. We shall presently devote some space to a clear exposition of this art. In the case of Bacchus, however, we may roughly outline the procedure. We find that the symbolism of Tiferet expresses the nature of Bacchus. It is then necessary to construct a ritual of Tiferet. Let us open the book 777. We shall find in line 6 of each column the various parts of our required apparatus, assuming that we have the book in front of us. He appears to us and floods our conception of God. Okay. Repeating prayers or conjurations to the highest conception of God until in one sense or another of the word, he appears to us and floods our consciousness with the light of his divinity. The third method is the dramatic, perhaps the most attractive of all. Certainly it is so to the artist temperament, for it appeals to his imagination through his aesthetic sense. Its disadvantage lies principally in the difficulty of its performance by a single person, but it has the sanction of the highest antiquity and is probably the most useful for the foundation of a religion. It is the method of Catholic Christianity and consists in the dramatization of the legend of God. The Bacchae of Euripides is a magnificent example of such a ritual. So also, though in a less degree, it is the Mass. We may also mention many of the degrees in Freemasonry, particularly the third. Speaking of Masonry, we are getting into another Masonic degree from Morals and Dogma tomorrow. So if you're not a patron at the $10 or higher giggity tier, then you should go and do that so that you can join us for the secret stream. Let's see. Find Dionysus confronting the angry king. Okay, so the formula of the elemental weapons. Before discussing magical formula in detail, one may observe that most rituals are composite and contain many formula which must be harmonized into one. The first formula is that of the wand. In the sphere of this principle, which the magician wishes to invoke, he rises from point to point in a perpendicular line and then descends, or else, beginning at the top, he comes directly down, invoking first the god of the sphere by devout supplication, that he may deign to send the appropriate archangel. He then beseeches the archangel to send the angel or angels of that sphere to his aid. He conjures this angel or angels to send the intelligence in question, and this intelligence he will conjure with authority to compel the obedience of the spirit and his manifestation. To this spirit he issues commands. And the reason that this spirit is compelled to do the will of the magician is twofold. For one thing, it is part of the magician's mind. Towards the end of his life, Aleister Crowley said that the spirits of the Goetia are only parts of the magician's mind, which is a great disappointment to a lot of people to hear that. But, after 60 years of experience, that was his opinion. And aside from that, though, entrainment tells us that any cycle entrains with the higher cycle. So if you have an entity with less density and a slower vibration than the magician who has a higher consciousness, the thing of a lower order is compelled by God, right, by the laws of nature to entrain with the higher. So that is why the magician can do this with confidence, knowing that the laws ensure success. It will be seen that this is a formula of evocation rather than of invocation, and for the latter, the procedure, though apparently the same, should be conceived of in a different manner, which brings it under another formula, that of tetragrammaton. The essence of the force invoked is one, but the god represents the germ or beginning of the force, the archangel its development, and so on until with the spirit we have the completion and perfection of that force. The formula of the cup is not so well suited for evocation, and the magical hierarchy is not involved in the same way. For the magician to use it in respect of anything but the highest, the cup is understanding. In practical working, it is mosquito. In practical working, the cup being passive rather than active is not fitting for the magician to use it in respect of anything but the highest. In practical working, it consequently means little but prayer, and that prayer, the prayer of silence. The formula of the dagger is again unsuitable for either purpose, since the nature of the dagger is to criticize, to destroy, to disperse, and all true magical ceremonies need concentration. The dagger will therefore appear principally in banishings, preliminary to the ceremony proper. The formula of the pantacle is again of no particular use, for the pantacle is inert. In fine, the formula of the wand is the only one with which we need more particularly concern ourselves. Now, in order to invoke any being, it is said by Hermes Trismegistus that the Magi employ three methods. The first, for the vulgar, is that of supplication. In this, the crude objective theory is assumed as true. There is a God named A, whom you, B, proceed to petition, in exactly the same sense as a boy might ask his father for pocket money. The second method involves a little more subtlety, inasmuch as the magician endeavors to harmonize himself with the nature of the god, and to a certain extent exalts himself in the course of the ceremony. But the third method is the only one worthy of our consideration. This consists of a real identification of the magician and the god. Note that to do this in perfection involves the attainment of a species of samadhi, and this fact alone suffices to link irrefragably magic with mysticism. Let us describe the magical method of identification. The symbolic form of the god is first studied with as much care as an artist would bestow upon his model, so that a perfectly clear and unshakable mental picture of the god is present in the mind. Similarly, the attributes of the god are enshrined in speech, and such speeches are committed perfectly to memory. The invocation will then begin with a prayer to the god, commemorating his physical attributes, always with profound understanding of their real meaning. In the second part of the invocation, the voice of the god is heard, and his characteristic utterance is recited. In the third portion of the invocation, the magician asserts the identity of himself with the god. In the fourth portion, the god is again invoked, but as if by himself, as if it were the utterance of the will of the god that he should manifest in the magician. At the conclusion of this, the original object of the invocation is stated, the purpose. Thus, in the invocation of Thoth, which is to be found in the Rite of Mercury, Equinox 1, Volume 6, and in Liber 54, the first part begins with the words, Majesty of Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, thee I invoke, O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke, and so on. At the conclusion of this mental image of the god, infinitely vast and infinitely splendid, should be perceived in just the same way as a man might see the sun. The second part begins with the words, Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. The magician should imagine that he is hearing this voice, and at the same time that he is echoing it, that it is true also of himself. This thought should so exalt him that he is able at its conclusion to utter the sublime words which open the third part. Behold, he is in me, and I am in him. At this moment, he loses consciousness of his mortal being. He is that mental image which he previously but saw. This consciousness is only complete as he goes on. Mine is the radiance wherein Ta floateth over his firmament. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of Nu. I raise a flashing flame with the lightnings of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified Ra, giving my life to the treaders of earth. This thought gives the relation of God and man from the divine point of view. The magician is only recalled to himself at the conclusion of the third part, in which occur, almost as if by accident, the words, Therefore do all things obey my word. Yet in the fourth part, which begins, Therefore do thou come forth unto me, it is not really the magician who is addressing the god. It is the god who hears the far-off utterance of the magician. If this invocation has been correctly performed, the words of the fourth part will sound distant and strange. It is surprising that a dummy, so the magus now appears to himself, should be able to speak. Not a dummy like dumb dummy, but like a mannequin. The magician will, whoa, like, what is this mannequin doing talking? I'm the god, you know. The Egyptian gods are so complete in their nature, so perfectly spiritual, and yet so perfectly material, that this one invocation is sufficient. The god bethinks him that the spirit of Mercury should now appear to the magician, and it is so. This Egyptian formula is therefore to be preferred to the hierarchical formula of the Hebrews, with its tedious prayers, conjurations, and curses. It will be noted, however, that in this invocation of Thoth, which we have summarized, there is another formula contained, the reverberating or reciprocating formula, which may be called the formula of Horus and Harpocrates. The magician addresses the god with an active projection of his will, and then becomes passive, while the god addresses the universe. In the fourth part, he remains silent, listening to the prayer which arises therefrom. The formula of this invocation of Thoth may also be classed under tetragrammaton. The first part is fire, the eager prayer of the magician. The second, water, in which the magician listens to or catches the reflection of the god. The third part is air, the marriage of fire and water. The god and the man have become one, while the fourth part corresponds to earth, the condensation or materialization of those higher principles. With regard to the Hebrew formula, it is doubtful whether most magicians who use them have ever properly grasped the principles underlying the method of identity. No passage which implies it occurs to mind, and the extant rituals certainly give no hint of such a conception of any but the most personal and material views of the nature of things, so subjective and material. They seem to have thought that there was an archangel named Ratziel in exactly the same sense as there was a statement named Richelieu, an individual being living in a definite place. Archangels are not real beings. He had possibly certain powers of a somewhat metaphysical order. He might be in two places at once. For example, though even the possibility of so simple a feat in the case of spirits seems to be denied by certain passages in conjurations which tell the spirit that if he happens to be in chains in a particular place in hell, or if some other magician is conjuring him so that he cannot come, then let him send a spirit of similar nature, or otherwise avoid the difficulty. And what he's saying is that, that these things imply that these people actually consider these things to be real beings, which he did not. But of course, so vulgar a conception would not occur to the student of the Kabbalah. It is just possible that the Magi wrote their conjurations on this crude hypothesis in order to avoid the clouding of the mind by doubt and metaphysical speculation. He who became the master Therion was once confronted by this very difficulty. Being determined to instruct, he sought a simple statement of his object. His will was sufficiently informed by common sense to decide him to teach man the next step, the thing which was immediately above him. He might have called this god the higher self, or the Ogwadies, or Adi Buddha, or 61 other things, but he had discovered that these were all one, yet that each one represented some theory of the universe which would ultimately be shattered by criticism. For he had already passed through the realm of reason, and knew that every statement contained an absurdity. He therefore said, "Let me declare this work under this title, The Obtaining of the Knowledge and Conversation of the Holy Guardian Angel, because the theory implied in these words is so patently absurd that only simpletons would waste much time in analyzing it. It would be accepted as a convention, and no one would incur the grave danger of building a philosophical system upon it." So, I don't know if you guys understand what he's saying there, but this entire thing is sort of shrouded in tricks and traps for the superstitious and the stupid and the uneducated, to kind of keep them from attaining power so that we don't have to deal with the consequences of that. That's why, the knowledge and conversation of the Holy Guardian Angel, it's not real, it's not a being, it's just part of the psyche, and perhaps it is access to a greater mind, but he deliberately masked this stuff in apparently absurd and ridiculous ways in order to discourage the profane, and if you've actually read through the material, that what he actually means. For example, one of his biggest criticisms, and maybe rightly so, is that at one point in this book, he says the best sacrifice is a male child of perfect innocence. That is a swipe at the God of the New Testament for sacrificing Jesus. It's a fucking joke. But people are just, oh my God, he's evil. Look at this. I knew it. He's a Satanist. It was a joke. It was in bad taste, and unfortunately, and he knew this would happen, which is the fucked up part. But unfortunately, there are people that are dumb enough to take it seriously, even though he's already explained in the book that the magician can transform any energy that he needs into any other type of energy, and that there's an inexhaustible supply readily available to him in the universe. So by the time you get to the passage about how the best sacrifice is a male child of perfect innocence, you should already know that it's a joke based on the context of the earlier stuff in the book, unless you're a moron or a Christian or something. Same difference. No, dude. It was not taken from the law of one material. It's the other way around. This is way older. It's 100 years older than the law of one material. The law of one material is largely based on these writings, and it's just kind of like simplified and sort of wooified and dressed up with new agey. I mean, it's not on the same intellectual level. That's for fucking sure. And no, it is not. It's the other way around. Crowley has constantly been borrowed from like Wicca. You know where Wicca actually comes from? Harold Gardner, the guy that started Wicca, did not meet a coven of witches. Never happened. Wasn't real. He went to interview Aleister Crowley for 2 weeks, an hour a day, towards the end of Crowley's life, under the pretenses that he was trying to make sure he preserved and helped get Crowley's knowledge out to people, when really he was just planning on stealing it all and then making his own religion with it. Do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Love is a law, love under will. He changed that to do as thou wilt and harm you none. Right? Obviously it's borrowed from that. But then when he went to the publisher was like, no. We're not going to credit Aleister Crowley with any of this shit. It was a bad association. So Gardner was like, let's see. Maybe I'll just claim that I got this information from a coven of witches. That's what happens. He's completely full of shit. Wicca is totally fake. It's just Crowley's stuff stolen and modified for hippies. It's actually, a lot of people call it Crowley for dummies. Because, you can see this stuff, you have to have a brain to chew through Crowley's material. Whereas Gardner simplified it all and made it like, keep it simple, stupid, kind of, yeah. So that always irks me when people say stuff like that, because it's definitely the other way around. Yeah. The law of one, a lot of it was, I don't think it was really channeled from Ra, or I don't even know what their story is. It's just, most of it's just Crowley's writings in another context. That's usually what New Age stuff is, honestly. It's mostly Blavatsky and Crowley's stuff, just kind of made simpler for pop culture consumerism, and also not just dumbed down, but made more marketable. They take the horns off of it, they grind the horns down, turn the goat into a sheep, shoot it up with some estrogen, and put some lipstick on it and a nice little purple sash, and burn some Nag Champa made from recycled cardboard and petrochemicals. And holy. I actually, one time I was working at this pot farm, and there was a New Ager girl, and somehow Crowley got brought up, probably me, I guess, and she was going on about how, oh, he's so evil, I would never practice his magic, and we put crystals on his books at the store that I work in to absorb the negative energy and all this bullshit. And then when we were leaving, I was like, so what are you going to do when you get off work? And she's like, I'm going to go do the Star Sapphire ritual. Crowley wrote that ritual, bitch. You did not just say that. Like, all this ranting about how you would never practice as magic, and it's because in that case, some New Age author had stolen the ritual and put it in a book and not even change the name. Usually they'll at least change the name or something, you know, so that they can act like it's their work. But yeah, that was like mind blowing. It's sad, really, that people, you know, they don't really know what they're doing. Like, one of the criticisms that Christians often offer of the New Age movement is that it grew out of Luciferianism. And of course, New Agers are like, no, it didn't. Yeah, it did. 100% it did. 100 fucking percent. You know who came up with the term of the new aeon? Aleister Crowley. And before that, Blavatsky. Do you know what her publishing company was called? Lucifer Publishing. The New Age movement is theosophy. It's basically Blavatsky's work, again, simplified and made dumber and more marketable. But 100%, it's just Luciferian ideas that have been made dumber for mass consumption. That's what the New Age movement is. All of it. Like, that's pretty wild, man. People just don't look that deeply or something, or it's like that whole thing of like toxic positivity, you know, like they're so determined to just like be positive and fluffy clouds, and you know, we're doing lines of unicorn or elf dust and huffing unicorn farts, and you know, that's where we get our inspiration. So they just don't know, you know. And it's not like it makes it evil. It's not at all. You know, the only point of that type of Luciferianism is that Lucifer means light bearer, and we've known for thousands of years that the electromagnetic wave is what gives rise to, well, we haven't known it in that language, but we have known that consciousness comes from light. So whatever it is that makes the light bearer, is the source of consciousness, and that's all. And it's also a rejection of Christianity, so it has nothing to do with evil. But it is true that all of the New Age stuff came from Luciferianism. The Christians aren't wrong about that, not one little bit. Oh yeah, New Thought, the Kabbalion, all that stuff. It all falls under that category of Luciferianism. But again, there's nothing evil about it. It's not, you know, don't get me wrong. There are plenty of idiots out there that take stuff literally. You know, when Crowley put that joke in Magic and Theory and Practice about the best sacrifice is a male child of perfect innocent, 100%. That's gotten innocent kids killed. I'm sure it has. You know, but that's not Crowley's fault, really. I don't know that, knowing he had that kind of power and influence and that he would continue to, that was pretty irresponsible joke of him to make and put it in that book. But I don't blame him. I would have done the same thing probably, you know. I mean, just because it was just such a great opportunity for him to provoke Christians to say like, oh, you evil bastard, how dare you say the best sacrifice is a male child of perfect innocence? And then he would go, have you read the New Testament? You're a Christian, right? Like, the thing you define as the ultimate evil, you worship a God that literally did that, you dipshit. Are you serious right now? You know? And by the way, I don't actually smoke. This is Mapacho tobacco, and it gets rid of mosquitoes. Like, I'm sitting in the jungle with no windows, and they're just getting so bad that it's my natural bug repellent. Yeah, I mean, like I said, that was kind of a fucked up move. But like I said, can you blame him really? I mean, Especially because at the bottom of the page, there's a note from Sira Viricum, who co-wrote it with him, or he dictated it to the women and made them write it down, I think. He had this thing where he was like, you know, he was the Master Therion and the woman was the Scarlet Woman, and she would help him to manifest the ideas and stuff. And the mother of abominations, his work was the abomination, and she was the mother of it, I guess. So. I'm trying to pull up something else, even though it's 1 a.m. I don't know what the hell I'm still doing up. If I wake up tomorrow and nobody has filled up my virtual tip jar, I'm going to be a sad puppy because I've been talking for like 4 hours or something now. I think 3.5, 3 hours. Let's see, 9, 10, 11, 11, 12, 4 hours. 4 hours, right? 4-hour stream. I don't see it. Oh yeah, 3 hours, 27 minutes. So at least hit the like button, join my Patreon if you want to get the real secrets, because that's where I break my oath trying to get my tongue cut out. Yeah, my internet's getting a little slow, I think. Things are taking a long time to load. Give it a second. I haven't seen a lot of questions tonight from the AMA folks that always ask questions when I'm not really trying to answer questions. There's always no shortage of them. I don't know why y'all got to be like that. I don't know why it's not loading. Like, okay, there we go. If you guys want to find this yourselves, it's the Book of the Law. This is mind-blowing too. This is like the craziest shit that I think it's like is most important. Which is ironic because the Book of the Law kind of reads like gibberish unless you read it with this commentary. The Book of the Law with magical and, well, let's see. The Book of the Law with magical and philosophical commentary is where you'll find it on hermetic.com. Hermetic.com, by the way, is an excellent resource for free hermetic stuff and other occult things. Man, I wish I had more of that Apple stuff she brought me. Okay, let's see here. It's so slow to load. Here, let me check in with the chat then, I guess. Nathan Explosion voice. I used to love Metalocalypse. Oh, yeah. You guys, I should warn you. What do I think of Giordano Bruno? I can't really remember what his deal was. I know he was like a Templar, right? I don't really know enough about him to have an opinion, I guess. But the Templars, I think, were alchemists that were successful at alchemy. Because how did they get the crowned heads of Europe in debt to them? How did they come up with enough? And I don't accept people's answers. They had a couple of wealthy supporters, come on. You know how much money it would have taken to get the entire crowned heads of Europe in debt to them? Like, I mean, it doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. And it would have been gold, you know. It would have been just piles of gold. It would have been like, even if it was currency, it was still going to be gold. So, that's interesting, you know. Yeah, guys, I don't know. It's just taking so long to load. Maybe it's a sign that I need to just shut up and go to bed. What causes something to not load? Like, what is it? Their server's too busy? No, it's everything. All my stuff is like really slow right now. Look at the chat. Damn, May, you've been here for a while. That's almost as long as I have, I think. As many as how many whips built the pyramid? Do I think speaking on this stuff too much, I'm putting myself in danger? Well, it has fucked up my livelihood pretty badly. They demonetized me years ago, which means now my videos don't get pushed. Like, I used to get thousands of views in a few days. Now I'm lucky to get a few hundred. And my stats can be really, really good. Like, I can have 300% watch time on a short and 20% likes, and it'll die at 45 views and shit. And it also, I think they have AI integrated into the algorithm now, and it searches for certain phrases and stuff, and then deprioritizes stuff they don't want people to hear. So, yeah, I mean, they have notified me of it, that my content is placed lower on Facebook feeds, and that... and then YouTube said that they're working across platforms. So if this happens, if you get flagged on one platform, they work with Facebook, TikTok. I used to get, like, I have 57,000 followers on TikTok and like 25 million views or something. And now I get the same, it's like 214, 215, 214, 215. Like, they limit it to, like, it's like the algorithm pushes it out once and then it's done. It doesn't go anymore. And that's the same thing that YouTube does. They'll put my stuff out once, but what it's supposed to do is go out to a test audience and then go out again if it does well. But if my content does well, it still stops. So it's really hard for me to justify the amount of time that I put into it at this point, really. And then also, you know, I'm dependent upon the internet for marketing for everything I do, and I have no reach now because they deleted my Facebook, and I don't know if you guys saw the multinational study on the thing that today and what they figured out, but if not, go look it up because you probably want to know. They basically admitted that all of the shit they were saying, the aha, here it is. I think this is it. What, you know, that it was all conspiracy theory. They admitted it was all true. Like, officially, 99 million people were involved in this study all over the world, and they've now admitted it. So I'm wondering, like, is Facebook going to give me my page back, or what, you know? All right, so check it out. This is an explanation of the first verse, Had, the manifestation of Nuit. So Hadit, the manifestation of Nuit. Compare the complement of this verse. Nu is Hadit, concealed. by Had is Nu manifested. By Hadit is Nuit manifested. Nuit being 56 and Hadit 9, their conjunction results in 65, which adds to 11 and is Adonai, the holy guardian angel, Hebrew for Lord. Also, Hur, who combines the force of the sun with that of Mars. Adonai is primarily solar, but 65 is a number sacred to Mars. See the Sefer Sephirot and the Wake World. Oh, that's great. We should go through that sometime. And Nox Om Pax for further details on 65. Note, moreover, the 65 pages of the Book of the Law, because everything is 11, right? Do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. A, B, R, A, H, A, B, R, A, D, A. Abrahadabra, 11 letters. 65 pages, 6 and 5 is 11. Note, moreover, Had is further the center of the keyword Abrahadabra. The theogony of our law is entirely scientific. Nuit is matter, Hadit is motion, in their full physical sense. The proton and the electron, in a metaphysical sense, suggest close analogies. They are the Tao and the Day of Chinese philosophy, or to put it very simply, the noun and the verb in grammar. Our central truth, beyond other philosophies, is that these two infinities cannot exist apart. This extensive subject must be studied in our other writings, notably Barashit, which is the first letter word of the Bible and means in the beginning, especially those of 1919, 1920, and 1921, and the Book of Wisdom or Folly. See also The Soldier and the Hunchback. I must mention that the brother mentioned in connection with the wizard Abalantra identifies them with Anu and Adad, the supreme mother and father deities of the Sumerians, and all of this stuff does go back to Babylonia and Sumeria. Taken in connection with the Iwaz identification, this is very striking indeed. It is also to be considered that Nuit is connected with North, while Hadit is Sad, Set, Satan, and Sat, which equals being in Sanskrit, south. He is then the sun, one point concentrating space, as also is any other star. The word Abrahadabra is from Abraxas, father-son, which adds to 365. For the north-south antithesis, see Fabre Olay's hermeneutic interpretation of the origin of the social state in man. Moving right along. Unveiling the Company of Heaven. This book is a new revelation of unveiling the old ones. This explains the general theme of this revelation, gives the dramatis personae, so to speak. It is cosmographically the conception of two ultimate ideas, space and that which occupies space. It will, however, appear later that these two ideas may be resolved into one, that of matter with space, its condition or form included therein. This leaves the idea of motion for Hadit, whose interplay with Nuit makes the universe. Time should perhaps be considered as a particular kind or dimension of space. Time should perhaps be considered a particular kind or dimension of space. Pretty sure this preceded general relativity. 1904? Yeah. Yeah, definitely. What the fuck? What? What? Crowley knew this before Einstein. But, you know, magic is dumb. Don't pay any attention to me or Crowley or... Fuck, man. All qualities soever are considered so many dimensions. I see no reason for receding from this view. Further, wait, I gotta look. Let me. When was general relativity year published? 1915. Time should perhaps be considered as a particular kind or dimension of space. All qualities soever are considered as so many dimensions. Further, this verse is to be taken with the next. The company of heaven is mankind, and its unveiling is the assertion of the independent Godhead of every man and every woman. So the verse is the unveiling of the company of heaven. So he's saying that it's a reference to mankind and that it is the revelation of the individual as the unit of divinity. Further, this verse is to be taken with the next. The company of heaven is mankind, and its unveiling is the assertion of the independent Godhead of every man and every woman. Further, as Cobb's is star, there is further meaning. This book is to reveal the secret self of man, i.e. to initiate him. Every man and every woman is a star. This thesis is fully treated in the Book of Wisdom or Folly. Its main statement is that each human being is an element of the cosmos, self-determined and supreme, co-equal with all other gods. From this, the law, do what thou wilt, follows logically. One star influences another by attraction, of course, but these are incidents of self-predestined orbits. There is, however, a mystery of the planets revolving around a star of whom they are parts, but I shall not discuss it fully in this place. I don't know what to think of that. Man is the middle kingdom. The great kingdom is heaven, with each star as a unit. The little kingdom is the molecule, with each electron as a unit. The ratio of these three is regularly geometrical, each being 10 to the 22 times greater in size than its neighbor. This is also what is meant by as above, so below, as within, so without. The ratios are the same. So the book of the great Ankh, for the demonstration that each star is the center of the universe to itself, and that a star, simple, original, absolute, can add to its omnipotence, omniscience, and omnipresence without ceasing to be itself. That its one way to do this is to gain experience, and that therefore it enters into combinations in which its true nature is for a while disguised, even from itself. Analogously, an atom of carbon may pass through myriad Proteus phases, appearing in chalk, chloroform, sugar, sap, brain, and blood, not recognizable as itself. The black amorphous solid, but recoverable as such, unchanged by its adventures. So he's saying that one molecule, the same molecule of carbon, may throughout its existence be in blood, chloroform, sap, sugar, cold, it becomes a diamond, but then at the end of time, when the sun expands and the elements are separated by great heat, that same carbon molecule remains unchanged. It is still quintessentially itself, and this is the monad, the individual unit of consciousness, or the soul of each individual as it passes through the metempsychosis, or the transmigration of souls from one incarnation to another. This theory is the only one which explains why the Absolute limited itself and why it does not recognize itself during its cycle of incarnation. It disposes of evil and the origin of evil without denying reality to evil or insulting our daily observation and our common sense. I here quote, with one or two illusory insertions, the original note made by me on the subject. All elements must at one time have been separate. That would be the case with great heat. That's why, when atoms get to the sun, or when we get to the sun, we get the immense extreme heat and all the elements themselves again. Imagine that each atom of each element possesses the memory of all his adventures in combination. Now, you know how I'm always saying that our consciousness comes from light, and the light comes from the sun. Therefore, our consciousness comes from the sun. S-O-U-L, or the Latin S-O-L. You put U in soul, and it's soul, right? So Eliphas Levi, who Crowley claimed to be the reincarnation of, said that in the suns we remember, and the planets we forget. So that was, to me, an indication that he was aware of this condition of the universe or our existence or whatever it is. So, and all the elements are themselves again separated when they get close to the sun. Imagine that each atom of each element possesses the memory of all of its adventures in combination. Imagine that each atom of each element possesses the memory of all of his adventures in combination. And guess what? At the subatomic level, no information is lost. So Crowley was correct that the atom would remember all of its adventures. Ow, cat. Ow, ow. But, wow, by the way, that atom, fortified with that memory, would not be the same atom, yet it is, because it has gained nothing from anywhere except this memory. Therefore, by the lapse of time and by virtue of memory, a thing, although originally an infinite perfection, could become something more than itself, and thus a real development is possible. One can then see a reason for any element deciding to go through this series of incarnations. Because so and only so can he go, and he suffers the lapse of memory of his own reality of perfection, which he has during these incarnations, because he knows he will come through unchanged. Therefore, you have an infinite number of gods, individual and equal, though diverse, each one supreme and utterly indestructible. This is also the only explanation of how a being could create a world in which war, evil, etc. exist. Evil is only an appearance, because like good, it cannot affect the substance itself, but only multiply its combinations. This is something the same as mystic monism, but the objection to that theory is that God has to create things which are all parts of himself, so that their interplay is false. If we presuppose many elements, their interplay is natural. It is no objection to this theory to ask who made the elements. The elements are at least there, and God, when you look for him, is not there. Theism is obscurum per obscurius. A male star is built up from the center outwards, a female star from the circumference inwards. This is what is meant when we say that woman has no soul. It fully explains the differences between the sexes. Oh man, that was gangster. Although Crowley evidently felt that this characterization was true simply, it should be noted that this comment is not class A. It's not classy. The idea of center outwards and circumference inwards may actually have described the impression received by a male of the Victorian age in regard to men and women. Certainly every male mystic has the state here described as circumference inward, no soul, and female at the time of reception. Every woman who acts positively from awareness of her identity would qualify for center outwards, soul, and male in this sense. What Crowley identified as sex-linked may better be considered as modality-linked, with the sexual linkage as much an accident of culture as anything else. Some note put in here by some feminist. The sexes definitely have characteristics generally, you know. Of course, there are exceptions to every rule, but I mean, it's weird too that like celebrities can say stuff and nobody gets mad, right? Oh my God, this cat's covered in fleas. Brad Pitt said that, you know, a woman reflects her man, so you have to, you know, give them positivity and they will reflect it back to you. And nobody seemed bothered by that, you know, because he's Brad Pitt. I guess he was allowed to say that or something. But it's just funny that somebody just like, they're like, whoa, that sounded sexist. And they put a note in here to try to deflect it. This one actually is extremely powerful. The next verse or whatever. Wesley Pipes. We're losing the numbers, man. All right, we'll do one more of these, and then I guess I'm done because people are falling off. Man, they don't know what they're missing though. This shit's good. It's good shit. Oh, I lost another one. Somebody got to go join the Patreon right now. Do it. Son of a bitch. Okay, where were we? Every number is infinite. There is no difference. This is a great and holy mystery. Although each star has its own number, each number is equal and supreme. Divide by 0 if you want to understand what that means. Every man and every woman is not only a part of God, but the ultimate God. The center is everywhere and the circumference nowhere. The old definition of God takes new meaning for us. Each one of us is the one God. This can only be understood by the initiate. One must acquire certain high states of consciousness to appreciate it. I have tried to put it simply in the note of the last verse. I may add that in the trance called by me the star sponge, this apprehension of the universe is seen as an astral vision. It began as nothingness with sparkles in 1916 Era Vulgaris by Lake Pasquaney in New Hampshire, USA, and develops into fullness on various subsequent occasions. Each star is connected directly with each other star, and the space being without limit, Ein Sof, the body of Nuit, any one star is as much the center as any other. Each man instinctively feels that he is the center of the cosmos, and philosophers have jeered at his presumption, but it was he that was precisely right. The yokel is no more petty than the king, nor the earth than the sun. Each simple elemental self is supreme, very God of very God. I, in this book is truth most insufferably splendid, for man has veiled himself too long from his own glory. He fears the abyss, the ageless absolute, but truth shall make him free. It must be understood from the beginning that this book contains the keys of all the knowledge necessary for the operation of the magical formula of the world during the aeon which it initiates. In this very early verse is already given a master key to mathematics and metaphysics. On applying this to current problems of thought, it will be discovered that the long, fast doors fly open at a touch. Let us briefly examine the implications of this statement. It should not occasion surprise to find that the Book of the Law not only anticipates the conclusion of the greatest modern mathematicians like Poincare, but also goes beyond them. It was necessary that this should be the case so that the book might be beyond question the expression of the mind possessed of superior powers to any incarnated mind soever. It may clarify the subject if we venture to paraphrase the text. The first statement, every number is infinite, is on the face of it a contradiction in terms, but that is only because of the accepted idea of a number as not being a thing in itself, but merely a term in a series homogeneous in character. All orthodox mathematical argument is based on definitions involving this conception. For example, it is fundamental to admit the identity of 2 plus 1 plus 1 plus 2. The Book of the Law presents an altogether different conception of the nature of number. Mathematical ideas involve what is called a continuum, which is, superficially at least, of a different character to the physical continuum. For instance, in the physical continuum, the eye can distinguish between the lengths of 1-inch stick and a 2-inch stick, but not between these which measure respectively 1,000 miles and 1,000 miles and 1 inch. Though the difference in each case is equally an inch, the inch difference is either imperceptible or not perceptible or not perceptible according to the conditions. Similarly, the eye can distinguish either the 1-inch or the 2-inch stick from an inch and a half, but we cannot continue this process indefinitely. We can always reach a point where the extremes are distinguishable from each other, but they're mean from neither of the extremes. On the above grounds, modern thinkers have endeavored to create a distinction between the mathematical and physical continuum, yet it should surely be obvious that the defect in our organs of sense, which is responsible for the difficulty, shows that our method of observation debars us from appreciating the true nature of things by this method of observation. However, in the case of the mathematical continuum, its character is such that we can continue indefinitely the process of division between any two mathematical expressions soever, without interfering in any way with regularity of process or creating a condition in which two terms become indistinguishable from each other. The mathematical continuum, moreover, is not merely a question of series of integral numbers, but of other types of numbers, which, like integers, express relations between existing ideas, yet are not measurable in terms of that series. Such numbers are themselves part of a continuum of their own, which interpenetrates the series of integers without touching it, at least necessarily. For example, the tangents of angles made the separation of two lines from coincidence to perpendicularity increase constantly from 0 to infinity. But almost the only integral value is found at the angle of 45 degrees, where it is unity. It may be said that there is an infinite number of such series, each possessing the same property of infinite divisibility. The 90 tangents of angles, differing by 1 degree between 0 and 90, may be multiplied 60-fold by taking the minute instead of the degree as the coefficient of progression, and these again 60-fold by introducing the second to divide the minute, and so on ad infinitum. And so, the point is basically that every number is infinite because you can continue the process of division forever. You can do the same thing with time. There may, I guess, ultimately be some smallest division of time, but we sure the fuck haven't found it yet because, a lot of experiments in physics are done, 100 trillion times in a billionth of a second or whatever. These atomic clocks count extraordinarily small increments of time, and that's why we can repeat experiments so many times in such a short frame of reference. And it's also why we know that one of the absolute rules of the universe, one of the absolute laws, is that there is an exception to every rule, because if we repeat an experiment enough times, there will be an anomaly, and you'll get a different result. And that's actually very important to the understanding of chaos and how the universe can have these very strict, immutable laws and this repetition that is so predictable and based in patterns, and yet we still can experience variance and will and free will to some extent. And also why, we're not necessarily doomed to repetition, because if it's true that there's an alpha point and an omega point, that the universe is a dynamic zero balancing back to net zero, then all of the conditions would be the same at the singularity every single time, because when it reaches the point of full fulfillment, if it's all the same laws that have been operating, when it collapses back into the singularity, it'll be exactly the same as it was the time before. And so that would actually explain like my reincarnation memories and all this stuff. It's not that. It's just that we keep doing this over and 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 over. And sometimes it seeps through like, wait a minute, I've done this 1 billion times before. And that's what deja vu is. And it's because we are trapped in this cycle of living the same life over and over and over again. But because of the fact that there are these tiny variations in the expressions of these laws, that we can bet that if this quantum loop theory is actually true, that there'll be some tiny variations from one life to the next. And so there is some opportunity for divestment of repetition. All of these considerations depend on the assumption that every number is no more than a statement of relation. The new concept indicated by the look of the law is, of course, in no way contradictory to the orthodox view, but it adds to it in the most practically important manner. A statistician computing the birth rate of the 18th century makes no special mention of the birth of Napoleon. This does not invalidate his results, but it demonstrates how exceedingly limited is their scope, even with regard to their own subject. For the birth of Napoleon had more influence on the death rate than other phenomena, including his own, included in his calculations, than any other phenomena included in his calculations. So, well, that's pretty self-explanatory. A short digression is necessary. There may be some who are still unaware of the fact, but the mathematical and physical sciences are in no sense concerned with absolute truth, but only with the relations between observed phenomena and the observer. The statement that the acceleration of falling bodies is 32 feet per second is only the roughest of approximation at the best in the first place. It applies to Earth, as most people know. And the moon, the rate is only 1/6 as great. But even on Earth, it differs in a marked manner between the poles and the equator. And not only so, but it is affected by so small a matter as the neighborhood of a mountain. It is similarly inaccurate to speak of repeating an experiment. The same conditions never recur. One cannot boil the water twice over. The water is not the same, and the observer is not the same. When a man says that he is sitting still, he forgets that he is whirling through space with vertiginous rapidity. It is possibly such considerations that led early thinkers to admit that there was no expectation of finding truth in anything but mathematics, and they rashly supposed that the apparent ineluctability of her laws constitutes a guarantee of their coherence with truth. But mathematics is entirely a matter of convention, no less so than the rules of chess or baccarat. When we say that two straight lines cannot enclose a space, we mean no more than we are unable to think of them as doing so. The truth of the statement depends, consequently, on that of the hypothesis that our minds bear witness to truth. Yet the insane man may be unable to think that he is not the victim of mysterious persecution. We find that no reason for believing him. It is useless to reply that mathematical truths receive universal consent, because they do not. It is a matter of elaborate and tedious training to persuade even the few people when we teach of the truth of the simplest theorems of geometry. There are few people living who are convinced or even aware of the more recondite results of analysis. It is no reply to this criticism to say that all men can be convinced if they are sufficiently trained, for who is to guarantee that such training does not warp the mind itself? But when we have brushed away these preliminary objections, we find that the nature of the statement itself is not and cannot be more than a statement of correspondences between ideas. In the example chosen, we have 5 ideas: duality, straightness, a line, enclosing, and space. None of these are more than ideas. Each one is meaningless until it is defined as corresponding in a certain manner to certain other ideas. We cannot define any word soever except by identifying it with 2 or more equally undefined words. To define it by a single word would evidently constitute a tautology. Thus we are forced to the conclusion that all investigation may be stigmatized obscurum per obscurium. Logically, our position is even worse. We define A as BC, where B is DE, and C as FG. Not only does the process increase the number of our unknown quantities in geometrical progression at every step, but we must ultimately arrive at a point where the definition of Z involves the term A. Not only is all argument confined within a circle, but so is the definition of the terms on which any argument must be based. It might be supposed that the above chain of reasoning made all conclusions impossible, but this is only true when we investigate the ultimate validity of our propositions. We can rely on water boiling at 100 degrees centigrade in revising this comment. Note with amusement that it escaped me that 100 degrees Celsius is by definition the temperature at which water boils. I have seen it boil at 84 degrees on the Baltaro Glacier, and determine my height above sea level by observing the boiling point, so often that I had quite forgotten that the original conditions of Celsius, although for mathematical accuracy, water never boils twice running at precisely the same temperature, and although logically the term water is an incomprehensible mystery. But the fact that we have these conventions where we say water boils at 100 degrees is not true. Go up to the top of Everest and it boils at 75. So even these scientific truths have some relative elasticity to them. To return to our so-called axiom, 2 straight lines cannot enclose a space. It has been one of the most important discoveries of modern mathematics that this statement, even if we assume the definition of the various terms employed, is strictly relative, not absolute. And that common sense is impotent to confirm it, as in the case of the boiling water. For Bolyai, Lobachevsky, and Riemann have shown conclusively that a consistent system of geometry can be erected on any arbitrary axiom soever if one chooses to assume that the sum of the interior angles of a triangle is either greater than or less than 2 right angles instead of equal to them. We can construct 2 new systems of geometry. each perfectly consistent with itself, and we possess no means soever of deciding which of the three represents truth. We may now return to our text. Every number is infinite. The fact that every number is a term in a mathematical continuum is no more an adequate definition than if we were to describe a picture as number, and so in the catalog. Every number is a thing in itself. I regret to find myself in disagreement with the Honorable Bertrand Russell with regard to conception of the nature of number possessing an infinite number of properties peculiar to itself. Let us consider for a moment the numbers 8 and 9.8, 8 and 9.8, or 8 and 9. 8 is the number of cubes measuring 1 inch each way, in which a cube which measures 2 inches each way, while 9 is the number of squares measuring 1 inch each way, and a square measuring 3 inches each way. There's a sort of reciprocal correspondence between them in this respect. By adding 1 to 8, we obtain 9, so that we might define unity as that which has the property of transforming a three-dimensional expansion of 2 into a two-dimensional expansion of 3. But if we add unity to 9, unity appears as that which has the power of transforming a two-dimensional expansion of 3 aforesaid into a mere oblong measuring 5 by 2. Unity thus appears as in possession of two totally different properties. Are we then to conclude that it is not the same unity? How are we to describe unity? How to know it? Only by experiment can we discover the nature of its action on any given number. In certain minor respects, this action exhibits regularity. We know, for example, that it uniformly transforms an odd number into an even one and vice versa. But that is practically the limit of what we can predict as to its action. We can go further and state that any number soever possesses this infinite variety of powers to transform any other number, even by the primitive processes of addition. We observe also how the manipulation of any two numbers can be arranged so that the result is incommensurable with either, or even so that ideas are created of a character totally incompatible with our original conception of numbers as a series of positive integers. We obtain unreal and irrational expressions, ideas of a wholly different order, by a very simple juxtaposition of such apparently comprehensible and commonplace entities as integers. There's only one conclusion to be drawn from these various considerations. It is that the nature of every number is a thing peculiar to itself, a thing inscrutable and infinite, a thing inexpressible, even if we could understand it. In other words, a number is a soul in the proper sense of the term, a unique and necessary element in the totality of existence. We may not turn to the second phrase of the text. There is no difference. It must strike, we may now turn to the second phrase of the text. So every number is infinite, there is no difference. It must strike the student immediately that this, on the face of it, is a point-blank contradiction of all that has been said above. What have we done but insist upon the essential difference between any two numbers, and show that even their sequential relation is little more than arbitrary, being indeed rather a convenient way of regarding them for the purposes of coordinating them without understanding anything else. On a similar principle, we number public vehicles or telephones without implication, even of necessary sequence. The appellation denotes nothing beyond membership of a certain class of objects, and is indeed expressly chosen to avoid being entangled in considerations of any characteristics of the individual so designated except the cursory designation. Difference is the denial of identity in the first place, but the word is not properly applied to discriminate between objects which have no similarity. One does not ask what is the difference between a yard and a minute. We do ask the difference between two things of the same kind. The Book of the Law is trying to emphasize the doctrine that each number is unique and absolute. Its relations with other numbers are therefore in the nature of illusion. They are the forms of presentation under which we perceive their semblances, and it is to the last degree important to realize that these semblances only indicate the nature of the realities behind them, in the same way which the degrees on a thermometric scale indicate heat. It is quite unphilosophical to say that 50 degrees centigrade is hotter than 40 degrees of temperature. Simply conventions invented by ourselves to describe physical states of a totally different order, and while the heat of a body may be regarded as an inherent property of its own, our measure of that heat in no way concerns it. This science is the proper and particular study of initiates, and its principia are formulated in the Book of the Law. The book may therefore be regarded as indicating a complete revolution in human affairs, for it advances mankind in the most radical manner. The road of attainment to self-realization is made open as never before done in the history of this planet. And so the really important takeaway from that, I actually left a lot of it out. Probably less than I could have. But your success will be your proof, the Book of the Law says. And we make metaphysical statements metaphysical statements that can be demonstrated. This is not normal. When you say the all is in the all, and you can demonstrate it by dividing degrees centigrade infinitely, or dividing time infinitely, or dividing a number infinitely. Your success is your proof. So with that, y'all, I'm out. Thank you all for spending this ridiculous amount of time with me. And don't forget to join my Patreon. It looks like someone canceled, so I need someone to fill their spot back up. And join the Patreon, or you can support us on one of the options in the chat, and I'll see you guys tomorrow if you're a patron for a secret stream at maybe 4 o'clock, and otherwise I'll see you on the public stream. 4 hours and 40 minutes. Damn.